continued. Case number 32514 continued. Case number 32332 continued. Case number 32705 dismissed. Case number 32706 dismissed. Case number 32728 continued. Case number 32602 dismissed. Case number 32335 continued. Case number 32337 dismissed. Case number 32053 dismissed. Case number 32170 continued. Case number 32611 continued. Case number 32612 continued. Case number 32517 dismissed. Case number 32404 continued. Case number 32403 continued. Case number 32613 continued. Case number 32614 dismissed. Case number 32615 dismissed. Case number 32618 dismissed. Case number 32350 dismissed. Case number 32351 dismissed. Case number 32352 dismissed. Case number 32353 dismissed. Case number 32354 dismissed. Case number 32355 dismissed. Case number 32358 continued. Case number 32359 continued. Case number 32360 continued. Case number 32361 continued. Case number 32362 continued. Case number 32363 continued. Case number 32177 continued. Case number 32178 continued. Case number 32086 dismissed. Case number 32087 dismissed. Case number 32626 continued. Case number 32549 dismissed. Case number 32550 dismissed. Case number 32551 dismissed. Case number 32554 dismissed. Case number 32555 dismissed. Case number 32556 dismissed. Administrative docket starts on page 6 with case number 32707 and goes through case number 32556 on the supplement. These cases will be heard in the next one with Michael Zish. Audio recordings of the cases on the administrative docket will be placed on the Oil and Gas website by the end of the week. If you wish to appear in one of the matters in the administrative docket, please appear in the next room. If there is opposition to the matter, will be brought back into this hearing room to be heard, and your statements and evidence will be taken. We will begin with moving to case number 32688. In the matter of a hearing called in a motion of the Commission to consider the application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order granting temporary authority to use the Roadrunner 6-15H well, Roadrunner 7-15H well, Clover 4-10H well, Clover 5-10H well, located in a spacing unit comprised of sections 3, 10, 15, and 22, Township 145 North, Range 95 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, as injection wells for a pilot operation to test the feasibility of enhanced oil recovery in the Murphy Creek Bakken Pool and such further and additional relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1854, Bismarck, North Dakota, and I'm appearing in case number 32688 on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. We will be calling 4 witnesses in this matter.
Mr. Botchlet, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes. Jump in here. Lawrence, did you want to consolidate the wells with this pilot?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Examiner, at this time we respectfully request that cases 32688, 32689, 32690, 32691, and 32692 be combined and consolidated for purposes of hearing. I'd point out for the record that 32689 through 32692 are the UIC applications that are companion cases to the pilot program case, which is 32688. All those matters were filed under North Star. We don't plan on specifically addressing any of the matters that were pre-filed, but there are witnesses in the room who will be testifying in case 32688 who would be prepared to answer any questions the staff might have on the companion UIC cases that I just mentioned.
Your request to consolidate the cases is granted, and I will call them now. So in addition to case number 32688, we'll be hearing case number 32689 in a matter of a hearing called in the motion of the Commission to consider the application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order authorizing the conversion of the Roadrunner 6-15H well located in a spacing unit comprised of sections 3, 10, 15, and 22, Township 145 North, Range 95 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, for the temporary injection of gas in the Murphy Creek Bakken Pool, pursuant to NDAC Chapter 43-02-05, and such other relief as is appropriate. Case number 32690. In the matter of a hearing called in a motion of the Commission to consider the application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order authorizing the conversion of the Roadrunner 7-15H well, located in a spacing unit comprised of sections 3, 10, 15, and 22, Township 145 North, Range 95 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, for the temporary injection of gas in the Murphy Creek Bakken Pool, pursuant to NDAC Chapter 43-02-05, such as the relief as is appropriate. Case number 32691. In the matter of a hearing called in a motion of the Commission to consider the application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order authorizing the conversion of the Clover 4-10H well, located in a spacing unit comprised of sections 3, 10, 15, and 22, Township 145 North, Range 95 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, for the temporary injection of gas in the Murphy Creek Bakken Pool, pursuant to NDAC Chapter 43-02-05, and such other relief as is appropriate. In case number 32692. In the matter of a hearing called in a motion of the Commission to consider the application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order authorizing the conversion of the Clover 5-10H well, located in a spacing unit comprised of sections 3, 10, 15, and 22, Township 145 North, Range 95 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, for the temporary injection of gas in the Murphy Creek Bakken Pool, pursuant to NDAC Chapter 43-02-05, and such other relief as is appropriate. I'll re-swear you in if you don't mind. Raise your hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And Mr. Exemplar, sorry for the brief hiccup, but thank you, staff, for reminding me that we want to consolidate.
Nope.
TJ, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Yeah. TJ Botchlet,
And TJ, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
as a land supervisor.
Do you have your mic on?
I guess not.
Looked like it was on. So in that capacity, have you testified before the Commission previously?
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
We'd offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
TJ, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for case 32688. You have one in front of you. Let's turn to what's been previously marked as Exhibit L1. And can you identify Exhibit L1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Exhibit L1 is a general locator map identifying a 2,560 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 3, 10, 15, and 22 of 145 95 West, located in the Murphy Creek field.
And that's the spacing unit that's under discussion here today, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's the spacing unit that Continental is proposing this pilot project, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, let's go on then to the next exhibit, L2. Tell us what L2 is.
L2 is a land plat showing the working interest of all the owners in the unit, showing Continental with a 96% working interest in a 2,560 acre spacing unit, comprises the same sections 3, 10, 15, and 22 of 145 95 West.
No further questions of this witness.
Any questions of the staff?
TJ, the various wells in the spacing unit, there's or in the 2560, not all the wells that have been drilled are on that 2560, correct?
That is correct. There are two. There's a 1280 well in 3 and 10, and there's also a 1280 well in 15 and 22. The original wells that were drilled. The wells we're talking about today are all on a 2560.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes, sir.
please raise your hand. Your right hand?
First time.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Greg, would you state your full name for the record, please?
My name is Gregory Alexander,
And Greg, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
as a geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the Commission previously?
I have not.
What I'd like you to do, Greg, is briefly highlight for the examiner and the Commission staff your educational background and work experience.
My background is in geology. I received a Bachelor's of Science at the University of Oklahoma. I've worked as a mudlogger briefly and geosteering, and then for approximately 15 years at Continental as a geologist.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant geologic matters concerning the request of Continental Resources in this case?
Yes,
And have you prepared or had prepared under your controlled supervision some exhibits you intend to sponsor?
I did.
Have you satisfied yourself as to the accuracy of those exhibits?
Yes, I have.
I'd offer the further testimony of this witness out of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Greg, let's start where TJ left off. Let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, which has been previously marked as G1. And what I'd like you to do is identify that exhibit and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it and how that's pertinent to today's hearing.
Okay, this is the first of 4 geology exhibits. This exhibit shows a structure map in the area, and in the center we have the units that are the proposed injection will occur on. The clover is marked in green in the Roadrunner in sections 3 and 10 and sections 15 and 22. Also on this map is noted the Continental operated sections in yellow and the offset operators to these units, which are ConocoPhillips and XTO. And lastly, the third thing marked is the type log well that has a pilot through the entire interval of interest. It's approximately a mile to the south, and it's operated by XTO called the Johnson 43-27WNH.
And before we go on to the next exhibit, the designation of those spacing units operated by ConocoPhillips and XTO, that's going to become important when Sonia testifies. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go on then to the next exhibit, G2. And as you did with G1, identify that exhibit first and then briefly highlight what's contained upon it.
This exhibit shows the type log that was referenced in the previous slide. I need to note at the top we have operator Continental Resources. That is a typo. That should be XTO. This exhibit shows the open hole logs with the logs for the gamma ray, the resistivity, and the porosity tools through the injection zones, the entire 3 forks, and then the top and base containment zones in the unit.
Okay, and the scale on this type log is kind of small. If the commission desires, this is something that you could submit to them on a PDF.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go on to the next exhibit then, Exhibit G3. There's quite a bit of information on here. If you could maybe summarize, first identify it and then summarize what's contained on G3.
This is the general geologic description of the upper and lower confining zones and the injection zones with the approximate depths of those zones throughout this unit. I'm sure you all are familiar with the lithologies, but we have the Middle Bakken injection zone is a limestone, and the Three Forks injection zone is a dolostone interlayered with clays and dolomites. Both have porosity, both are in the pool and contain oil and gas. And the top zones are very tight limestones, which should provide containment.
And what you have described here, this patterns what the commission utilizes as its stratigraphic limits of the Bakken pool in this area. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go on to G4. As you did with the previous exhibits, identify and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
This last geologic slide is the reservoir properties that are used in our modeling and planning efforts. This contains for both the Bakken and the Three Fork zones that contain oil, formation properties like the porosity and the water saturation, the pressure and the temperature, and the permeability. It also contains the fluid properties, including the oil and gas gravity, the solution ratio of those two, and then the formation volume factor, which is used to calculate the amount of oil that you get at the surface from that solution.
Mr. Examiner, I don't have any other questions for Mr. Alexander.
Any questions from the staff?
Greg, looking at your, I guess, G2 and G4, speaking about the upper and lower confining zone specifically, Would you be able to provide a supplement to G4 or G5 that would provide similar reservoir properties for the values that you have in your upper confining zone for the lodgepole and the lower confining zone of the bird bear? And I might ask that if you're identifying a specific zone within either of those that's going to act as the confining layer, or that you're pulling your parameters from, you make sure to call that out so we can compare that depth range accordingly.
So you said G2, and just to be clear, G4, is that like an expanded view? So the type log for G2 and including similar properties, we wouldn't have the oil and gas gravity for the...
Right. I don't need oil parameters. I need reservoir rock parameters.
I'm sure we can get that for you.
And I just need those values for the zone in the lodgepole and the zone in the bird bear that you are considering confining zones.
Yeah, the lodgepole's 800 feet. It's...
Mr. Suggs, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish. I was going to say, if you don't have a preference, I think what we would do is just make it a supplemental exhibit, not try to add on to what we already have.
That's fine.
Okay.
We haven't. So I guess let me ask this: is there any plan to go over anything specific with respect to the individual case applications, or are you relying on the written record for those?
We are relying on the record, but the witnesses here are able to respond to questions you might have. We didn't bring copies of those exhibits because it was all filed in North Star, but we have a computer where those materials are on.
Okay.
So if you refer to certain pages of the filings, we can refer to those.
I'm not sure I have exact page numbers, but I just want to call out at least the formation tops that were provided as part of that application. A number of those are significantly different than what the commission has picked for the same tops by as many as 50 feet. Some of them are pretty close, but some of them are 50 or 60 feet off. So it may be something to review, or it may be a revision that's requested by our USC group as they go through those applications. They're probably not pertinent. Those particular tops aren't pertinent to the zone being injected in, so it's probably not an issue. But
I'm not really sure what you're asking.
Those are on pages 10 and 11 of the UIC attachment that was filed in North Star. And what he's saying is what we have on record for our geological tops in our system differ from what was filed in North Star on the application. If they can just verify, and I'll follow up as well, verify that those match what's already on file for that well. So
if I understand you correctly, you want us to take a closer look at what was submitted and then get back to you and say, we're right, this is wrong, or whatever. Explain why there's a difference.
I think we'll just follow through on the application side. We just need to make sure that they're double checking that those are matching, and I'll follow up with the Continental personnel for the application side.
It doesn't need to be addressed as part of this or part of this hearing. Okay. I think that's all I've got for this part. Thank you.
Ms. Thomas, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
Yeah.
Sonia, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Yes, it's Sonia Thomas,
And by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
engineer.
And in that capacity, you testified before the commission before?
I have, but it's been a while.
Okay. Why don't you just briefly describe for us your educational background and work experience?
Got my bachelor's in petroleum engineering from the University of Oklahoma. I have over 20 years of experience both in reservoir operations, production, completions, drilling, and facilities. Have been working for Continental Resources for the last 11 years.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant engineering matters concerning this request in case 32688?
Yes, I have.
And you've prepared had prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yes, I have.
For the further testimony of this witness out of an expert.
Motion granted.
Sonia, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. It's been previously marked as Exhibit E1, and as the previous witnesses have done, what I'd like you to do is identify E1 first, and then briefly describe what's contained upon it and why it's important to the hearing.
E1 represents our pilot description. So you can see at the units, the Roadrunner and Clover and the offset units to it. The reason why this is important is this is the project that we are actually targeting with our EOR pilot. The team has gone through a rigorous process to be able to determine which units would be best for us to be able to go test a pilot for huff and puff or gas injection, and wanted to be able to see where we can have the best chance for success. With that, the Roadrunner Clover, which is located in Township 145 North, section range 95 West, sections 3, 10, 15, and 22, rose to the top as our pilot choice. Each of the well bores selected within these units were selected based off of both vintage performance, looking at how the well overall how well the wells were in terms of isolation and no issues downhole, good cement jobs, and so no concerns on the operations side. The wellbore selected is a Roadrunner 6, Roadrunner 7, Clover 4, and Clover 5. The plan right now for us is to be able to do a huff and puff process. Actually, one thing I do want to be able to note that needs to be corrected on this exhibit, the huff and puff in red is correct for showing on the wellbores, but the black circle with the 1 is on the wrong spot for the Roadrunner 6. It's showing right now on the Roadrunner 1, and it should be moved over to the Roadrunner 6.
So it should be moved to the east.
Moved to the east.
Yep. Good.
The another reason these wellbores were selected was vintage, depletion, and effective stem to make sure that we have enough stimulated rock volume to be able to effectively recover additional oil. The gas line, the plan for us is to be able to use WBI's gas line, and you can see that line across this pad, and so approximately a mile from where the pad will be is where the tap will exist, and it will be run to that pad. And the plan from there is to be able to go in. We will do modifications both with setting a line to the pad, surface modifications both on the production and the injection side, and then start the injection process. We will start with a Roadrunner 6, and we will, right now we're targeting 90 days, but we will evaluate the process on how it's injecting and responding both in terms of pressuring up to be able to determine if that 90 days is correct or if we need to make an adjustment. Also, depending on how it responds with that injection, we'll determine if we want to be able to keep it with 1 wellbore or go to 2 wellbores at the same time. Whichever unit we're injecting into, the opposite unit will continue to be producing, and some of the outside wells will continue to be left online to be able to produce. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
With that initial cycle, the plan is to be able to have, for that first cycle, we'll be sourcing 100% of the gas from WBI to be able to do that fill up. With subsequent wells and cycles, we will have recycle facilities set up on the pad for us to be able to take the produced gas and then supplement with WBI gas. So that way we'll be having a richer gas stream going in after cycle 1. Once we finish the first cycle on all 4 wells, our subsequent cycles can run anywhere from 45 to 60 days, depending on what we see is needed. That we will make adjustments to be able to optimize. So this pilot is to be able to teaches how to be able to optimize the process, how to be able to make it more efficient and economic for scalability and long-term development. Within this plat or this E1 document, you can see some of the containment wells. To the east, you see for the Roadrunner, the Doe, and we also have the Roadrunner 4 on the west. On the Clovers, we have 3 well bores prior to hitting the section line on the east, and then we have the Jack unit, which is operated by Continental Resources, that will also be used to be monitoring the wells. So we have both monitor the Jack 3 and the Jack 4 are shut in, but we'll monitor for pressure, and the Jack 8 is an active producer, so we'll also keep an eye on that one. With that, as Greg has reviewed earlier and how Mr. Bender has already noted, G1 shows the offset operators to our 2 units and around, and we have actually been in conversations with all the offset operators to be able to talk through this project as well.
So let me interrupt here for just a sec. So with respect to monitoring wells, Continental operated wells, you'll be monitoring the injection process within the spacing unit so you can determine that there's no gas moving off the spacing unit, correct?
That's correct.
And then, as you alluded to or pointed out, the geologic exhibit, which is G1, that exhibit indicates some wells to the north and to the south that are and to the east and west that are operated by others than Continental, and you have had conversations with those operators to also let you know if they see any gas coming across the spacing unit boundary.
That's correct.
Okay. I'm sorry to have interrupted you. Anything else with respect to exhibit E1?
The only other portion is just the bill that's associated with it. So we have the pipeline that needs to be laid from WBI to the pad, as well as the surface modifications. And so we just want to be able to work through that this summer, so that prior to winter coming, to be able to help reduce any kind of help with the troubleshooting and help us optimize before winter sets in.
Okay, let's go to exhibit E2.
Exhibit E2 is a gun barrel view of the same wellbore set. You can see that the both the Roadrunner and the Clovers are targeting the middle Docket and stay within the middle Bakken. The open red circles are the EOR pilot wells that have been identified, and you can see the placement within those pilots. Within this unit, on the Clover, we do have a Three Forks well to the east, which is operated by Conoco, that we've been in conversations with.
Okay, and then E3.
E3 is to be able to show the downhole wellbore configuration that we have planned for these wellbores. All wellbores within the unit, we're going to be changing their wellheads to be able to make sure that they're rated to 10K. Below surface, on the injection wells, we will be pulling the existing tubing string. All these are on rod lift right now. We'll be converting them over to gas injection. A new tubing string that's gas tight connections will be run in, along with a permanent packer for isolation.
And where in the process that you briefly described in terms of installing a pipeline and doing all the other things, a compressor and all the things that are necessary to go forward with this operation, if the commission grants the application, where does this downhole work fit into that process?
The downhole work will be done right before we start injection to keep the wells on as long as possible. We will do the pipeline work first and then the pad work to be able to modify and update the surface and injection facilities. But all of this process should take us 2 to 3 months to be able to get everything set and ready to inject.
And if the commission determines that this application has merit and decides to grant the application, ideally, when would Continental Resources like to start the initial work of moving forward on this?
Ideally, if allowed, we would like to be able to start in June to be able to have everything ready to be able to start injection prior to the winter months. This will allow us to be able to do any kind of troubleshooting with the compressor, the injection process, get everything optimized and running prior to snow on the ground or cold temperatures when we're adding additional factors.
So it's Continental Resources request that that an order be entered in this matter no later than June 1 of 2026. Is that correct?
Yes, possible.
And Mr. Examiner, I'll just point out for the record, we'll be following up with a letter requesting an expedited order as well. Okay, that's all the questions I have for this witness. Mr. Examiner, one thing, I believe that the list we supplied to the commission staff as were required left off one witness, and we will have one more witness. And I'm not going to try to pronounce his name. I'm going to let him pronounce his name and spell his name.
I was just going to ask you. Okay. Okay. Can you? What's your name?
Jose Zaglud.
Zaglut?
Zaglud, yes.
Mr. Zaglut, please raise your right hand.
Oh, do you want
For the record,
ask
Jose
questions
Zaglud.
of,
I'm going to swear him in.
okay. Okay, that's fine. I'm not going to call him right away. I thought you were going to want to ask the other witness questions. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
Staff questions. Okay, I got caught up in the name thing.
Yeah, I apologize. Sonia will probably be upset with me. Probably could have got her off the hook without
True.
it.
I would have
Answer
moved,
any
I would have
questions.
moved right on. Any questions for Mr. Top?
Actually, do we know what? Can we know what the plan is for his testimony? What material is going to cover?
The remaining exhibits in the packet. Exhibits 5 and 6. We will not have an exhibit 4, and exhibits 5 and 6.
Okay. I might suggest we allow him to testify, and then we'll question both things because I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of overlap between them.
Mr. Garner was heading the right
There
direction.
you go. So please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge or belief?
Yes.
Jose, would you state your full name for the record and then spell your last name, please?
Jose Zaglud. My last name is spelled Z as in zebra, AGHLOUL.
And Jose, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources.
In what capacity?
Senior Reservoir Engineering Advisor.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
No.
What I'd like you to do, as Sonia and Greg did, is briefly highlight for the examiner your educational background and work experience.
I hold a PhD in petroleum and natural gas engineering. Have over 30 years of experience in the oil and gas industry. Have had the privilege to work for companies like BP, BHP Billiton, Chesapeake Energy, and now Continental Resources, where we have been working several Huff and Puff EOR pilots. I have worked in the capacity of complex fluid specialist, focusing on PVT and equation of state modeling, reservoir engineering aspects, fracture modeling, and those are probably an integrated reservoir modeling. Those are the subjects that I would call my expertise. Currently, I'm working for Continental Resources on these opportunities and had the opportunity earlier on to present this opportunity at the OGRC sometime late last year.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant engineering matters concerning this request by Continental Resources?
Yes, I did.
And have you prepared or have prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Mr. Examiner, I point out for the record that there is no Exhibit 4, so we're going to move to Exhibit 5. And Jose, what I'd like you to do is identify Exhibit 5 like the previous witnesses have done with each one of the exhibits they've discussed, and then briefly discuss what's contained on this exhibit and its importance to the application.
This exhibit basically shows the composition of the initial or the fill-up gas that will be used for the first cycle of Huff and Puff in the Glover Roadrunner wells. This is a transmission gas coming from the WVI pipeline that is going to be acquired in order to use it as a working gas during the cycling process. As I would like to introduce, we have conducted some PVT studies and analysis using reservoir oil and production gas prior to identify the source of gas. The minimum miscibility pressure for that specific gas For a multi-contact opportunity would be 3,250 psi, and a first contact miscibility, minimum miscibility pressure would be about 5,000 psi. Those would be minimum target pressures that you would need to achieve in order to guarantee certain level of miscibility with rich gas. In the event that we inject,
Can you slow down just a little bit?
oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, don't apologize. You're fine.
So, in the event that we inject pipeline gas as it is intended, we would need to require higher pressures. And we have currently conducted some additional mathematical modeling, the equation of state modeling, to determine what is the minimum miscibility pressure that you would require for this specific type of lean gas. It requires approximately 7,000 psi of injection at reservoir conditions. Now, this pilot focuses not only on the injection of gas. We also had proposed and have provisions in order to do some state-of-the-art additional technical studies related to optimization of conformance by introducing either foam and or the introduction of either fresh water or other elements such as surfactant and other chemistries to mitigate any potential flow assurance issues. So we also request the possibility of injecting either production water, fresh water, or foam. And we have been working closely with Dow and with other laboratories in order to do the formulation in a way that we inject fluids that are compatible to what we are seeing in the formation. The goal here in this specific pilot would be to reach pressures close to original reservoir pressure that would be higher than MMP, but still below the fracture closure pressures for the specific completion design that we have been pumping.
Okay, let's go on then to Exhibit 6.
Exhibit 6 is going to basically provide you a summary of all the aspects related to the review. And I'm going to start with the project goals. I'm going to dwell a little bit on the screening that was done, and finally describe some of the key highlights on our application. The project goal, for the most part, is to demonstrate technical and economic viability of EOR in the vacuum pool by injection of hydrocarbon gas and or gas foam and or other technologies that may be suitable for this specific formation. And definitely one of the main objectives is to understand the relative incremental uplift using hydrocarbon gas that is relatively close and abundant within the area. Another objective is to use the learnings of hydrocarbon gas huff and puff injection to evaluate the benefits of using CO2 potentially by using or by doing studies related to this specific pilot and conducting them using compositional integrated fracture reservoir modeling. The integrated modeling is currently underway, and it's going to be supporting the pilot operation and optimization development as we go and move forward. That model is going to be continuously being updated as we go forward and as we learn more about the operation itself. The source gas, the gas for the first cycle of the huff and puff, as I said before, will be sourced from the WBI gas pipeline, which is offset relatively close, within less than a mile, I would say, or close to a mile, to the Clover Roadrunner pad. A gas injection line would be laid down from that specific to the pad location containing the 4 wells, Clover 4, Clover 5, Roadrunner 6, and Roadrunner 7. Subsequent cycles are going to have a big advantage, which is the puff of some of the producers are going to be used as a recycling gas. So supplementing some of that WBI gas, allowing you to reduce the pressure, making the process more efficient by reducing MMP that you need to reach and going forward. Needless to say, a pilot will be necessary and is necessary in order to optimize the development and the production obtained from those specific wells. I'm going to basically add a couple of comments related to the screening. This specific opportunity is very amenable for EOR, huff and puff gas injection EOR. Why? Because one, it's a fluid that is highly miscible. Two, we have high evidence of containment within the zones. Three, these are modern completion designs where we have high contacted large original oil in place in all the specific wells, given that they are relatively large initial completion designs. We have limited depletion, and we also have a source gas that is abundant and available nearby in this specific case. Eventually, if a CO2 source becomes available, we'll definitely try to get into and get access and utilize it as possible, as needed. The anticipated injection rates, we are anticipated that we will probably inject between 12 and 15 million standard cubic feet per day. That will be the plan, but not to exceed about 18 million standard cubic feet per day. The maximum allowable pressure, we are estimating based on all the analysis that we did, coming from defects, ISIPs, and also the estimation of our stress profiles, the maximum allowable surface injection pressure should be to be on the conservative side, 7,000 psi. We believe that the containment will basically be competent up to 7,783 pounds. So we will be within probably a bit less than 90% within the threshold for fracture closure or fracture opening. Our current plans are to average surface injection pressures not to exceed approximately 6,500 psi. That gives you a cushion of about 1,300 psi compared to the containment zone, and gives you even a cushion to the maximum injection pressure. Needless to say, this is a pilot. I mean, we're going to be testing different optimization configurations. We are going to be basically learning what works and what doesn't work based on the pilot in terms of what is the optimum gas injection volumes, what are the maximum and optimum gas injection pressures, how do we puff them in a way that, how do we produce the wells in a way that is more productive and specific, and how do we maximize the potential for enhanced oil recovery and acceleration. So we plan on injecting in different configurations. We either in 1 or 2 wellbores at a time for periods that can go from up to 45 days to up to 90 days, depending on what you're going to source and the type of gas and how you're going to source it. The first cycle is going to require more gas because it has a component related to fill up, and I'm going to go into the volumes in a short bit. We plan on conducting at least 3 injection cycles per well. If the pilot is successful, as we hope at this specific case, and are doing all the efforts in order to get it there, we plan on extending this specific operation, and the maximum number of cycles will be determined based on the economic evaluation and the incremental oil volumes observed. Currently, we estimate that may be extended to up to 8 different cycles, and this specific operation may take more than 2 years, may take substantially more, and if the pilot is successful. I mean, the initial 3 cycles may last 2 years, but as we go forward, it may take longer to complete and have a full execution. Based on our voidage calculations, we estimate requiring up to 1 BCF of injection gas for the first cycle and up to 0.8 BCF of gas for subsequent cycles. And those include purchased plus recycled gas. All of those volumes will be injected below the maximum allowable surface injection pressures. And as I said before, our target would probably be an average of 6,500 psi at the surface. All 4 proposed injectors were landed in the Middle Bakken, and we'll have new tubing installed. We're going to be basically guaranteeing annualized isolation within the wellbores to guarantee a safe operation and monitor what are the pressures in the annulus in all the wells. As Sonia pointed out, Continental has a good position in the unit. Several of the target wells are going to have several wells buffering, allowing us to monitor what is the gas going and what is the gas being projected. And most of this, the monitoring would be can be easily done within Continental operated units. There are 2 units to the north and the south that are operated by Conoco and XTO. However, they are off azimuth, and in my opinion, I think it's unlikely that we will be migrating gas off azimuth at this specific time. So therefore, there is an excellent opportunity for containment, good completion design, size, high potential for miscibility, limited depletion, and those are characteristics and qualities in this specific pilot that is different to most work, if not every other pilot that has been conducted in the basin. Do you have any questions?
I don't have any further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
All right, I'll start here. And this might be for a couple people, so whoever wants to try and answer, go feel free to. Exhibit E3, you're going to install a tubing packer setup for injection.
Yes.
The commission would require that you perform a mechanical integrity test before you start injecting. Is that going to be fine from a technical standpoint?
Yes, it will.
Okay. The injection cycles will be from 45 to 90 days per cycle, and you intend to run 3 cycles per well. Will you go through all 4 wells with 1 cycle and then start back at the first well, or how will that schedule go?
The plan is for us to be able to start with the Roadrunner 6, then go to the Roadrunner 7, then the Clover 5, then the Clover 4, and that will be cycle 1, and then go to cycle 2 and basically do a round robin.
So you can inject in the subsequent well after you finish the injection of one well.
Yep, I just didn't know this.
Correct. That makes it the compression utilization being higher and make your pilot more economic.
I'm going to request that you guys supplement the record with a document explaining that just lays out your different cycles and the order of the wells and what you intend to do there.
Will do.
Thank you.
Do you plan to pull the tubing and packer and produce any of these wells in between the gas injection? Or will you leave the tubing and packer in the hole until you come back to it again and inject again?
The tubing and packer change will stay in the well, and we're able to produce using that same tubing and packer design. So we don't need to be able to go change, because there should be enough pressure to be able to allow the wells to flow on its own, is what we've been able to see.
Do you have any parameters that you're needing to see in order to continue with injection cycles? Because you state up to 3 injection cycles depending on recovery of incremental oil. So are you able to share?
We have done some preliminary modeling in-house for an analog pilot, and we are seeing good incremental recoveries that are approximately up to 20% uplift compared to baseline over the next 2 years. Of course, we are currently working on that specific design, but 3 cycles is probably the minimum that you would need in order to do a thorough evaluation and decide the path forward on continuance on this. We have our expectations, and there is a lot of proprietary work and analysis done on our side to kind of estimate how much could be the benefit as you move forward. So the 20% expectation, I think, is a reasonable expectation, and it's consistent with some of our evaluations that we have done in a previous pilot that was conducted in the basin back in 2023. Since 2023.
Are you making your economical evaluation for the incremental oil from the offset wells that you're monitoring, or will it be on the production recovered from these wells once you put them back in the production cycle?
The evaluation has to be done based on the unit performance.
And will you be putting extra monitoring on the other wells, or will you just be measuring the oil and gas recovered and looking for that uplift?
Oil, gas, and pressures at the minimum. There is additional surveillance that we may decide, but we want to probably start by looking at a couple cycles before going in more detail.
Is there enough gas volume in the WBI line to inject into 2 wells at a time, or will you need to be able to recycle gas in order to have enough gas to put into 2 wells at a time?
Where we're tapping into WBI has enough volume to be able to inject into 2 wells at one time. That was one of the criteria that we looked at, in case, so that way we had optionality.
And then when you install the additional facilities and get ready for the tie into the line,
Mhm.
will you install the recycle facilities and everything at that time to be prepared, or will you?
We
install
will
it?
do all the surface work at the same time, so that way everything is ready to go forward.
All right, thanks.
The compressor capacity is 80 up to 80 million a day in any case. So that's probably the constraint.
Looking at your E3, I guess to start with, the bottom hole or downhole gauges that you're proposing to have installed for monitoring the injection, are those going to be below the packer or above?
It will be above the packer, and it'll be in a side pocket, basically, above the packer. So we'll run it with our tubing string, and we have a live. So we'll keep it as a live pressure gauge, and so there'll be a string that's going to be run up to surface too. So it'll be tied and banded on the outside of the tubing.
Okay, so it'll be on the outside of the tubing, but above the packer.
And so we'll have similar to like a gas mandrel, where you have a side pocket gas mandrel. This way, it won't interfere with or create a blockage or a restriction within the tubing, and allow full tube both on the injection and production side. We didn't want any restrictions, and we've used the same methodology in other basins.
Okay, is that a direct measurement then, or do you have
It's
to
a
make
direct measurement because it's open to everything that's coming through.
Okay, do you also have to adjust it though based on its depth versus where the actual injection has happened? You have to
Yeah,
back
we will
calculate.
correct it.
Yes,
We'll
we'll,
do a correction to get it to
Okay.
bottom hole pressure.
Um,
It should be very close though, in any case.
E5, the gas that's going to be injected, is that raw gas
Processed gas.
or it's processed gas?
Mhm.
Okay. When you talk about fill up in that first 90-day cycle, are you trying to I think you mentioned you're trying to return to or close to
Reservoir pressure.
original reservoir pressure. The volume you need for that. Have you calculated the? I guess let me ask it this way. On page 2 of E6, you have the proposed injection volumes. Those injection volumes, are they per project or is that per well?
per well.
Per well.
So that's a per well set of numbers.
And that's based on the voidage created by the produced fluids. That's how the calculation is done.
Do you anticipate at any point injecting a volume greater than what has been extracted today?
It will be dictated by the maximum injection pressure.
So just going
I
with pressure,
don't
not
anticipate
worrying
that will be
about
the
volume.
case.
Do you know what your anticipated volume is to get to those pressures, at least with that initial fill up?
Right now, my best estimate is what we have here as far as the voidage. We could probably do, right now we have a dynamic reservoir model in construction. It may be a bit less than that because of the permeabilities that you have in place. But it should be relatively close to the volumes, the voidage volumes provided.
Okay, find the right number. The estimated fracture closure pressure that you gave us, 7,773 psi. That is for the upper confining zone in the lodge bowl.
Yeah, that's in the lodge bowl.
Do you know offhand what the fracture initiation pressure was when they were stimulated?
I would need to go back and look at that. The closure is should be the dictating factor here of whether or not it opens, right?
I think it'd be beneficial if we had what the initial fracture breakdown initiation pressure was for each of the wells that's planned to be injected into, as well as the closure pressure.
So let me provide you something even more useful. I could give you the ISIPs, instantaneous short-in pressures, that include SH main plus net pressures that you have after the closure or during the frac of of this, and this exceeds all of those pressures. So there is quite a bit of a cushion.
If you could supply a supplemental that kind of laid that out,
We could provide you with more information on that, a supplement.
at least for the 4 proposed injection wells.
Yes, absolutely.
Mr. Suggs, do you want that submitted as part of the UIC application, or do you want it in this?
Since it's all consolidated, go ahead and provide it in this, and if it pertains to those specifically, they'll bring it into the application as needed.
Thank you for that direction.
I guess on the project planning side of it, you're proposing to inject in all relatively new wells. You testified a little bit that you wanted minimum, I guess, extraction from those wells, but is there any reason you didn't consider, other than that extraction piece, it didn't consider having one of the older wells be part of the project?
The issue with legacy completions, and this is things that we learned from the initial pilot. Legacy completions tend to have higher levels of depletion. Higher level of depletion generate or produce evolved gas in the formation, and then you end up injecting a leaner gas into gas that has already been evolved. The primary mechanism at that point is no longer swelling, but becomes vaporization. That is less of an ideal case going forward. So we wanted to test in this specific case from the fluid characteristics at completion or some wellbores that are relatively newer with less depletion to begin with. We also wanted to test the legacy completions. The sand intensity was substantially lower than what we have in the modern completions. So we're producing and generating substantially larger geometries, larger contact areas, and larger stimulations. We believe this is a better, there may be some potential upside in the offsets, but we believe this is the best opportunity to make this more economic and attractive project from the EOR perspective. So it is, in terms of visibility, it's there, lower depletion, containment achieved, and we have proved containment. Actually, let me add a comment. In the history of the basin, to my knowledge, I mean, the only company that has able to put enough gas and reach levels of pressure significantly above MMP with the history of all the pilots that have been conducted has been only Continental Resources. And that's one of the main drivers of going into a specific wellbore site where we're going to be putting enough gas, reaching pressures above miscibility, and making this process attractive. In the past, legacy completions were chosen and compression was not probably up to speed in general to be able to put enough gas and produce uplift. We want to avoid that and be able to properly design with enough gas and guarantee the best chances for success as we go forward. That's an excellent point. We may eventually, the main driver here are the initial completion designs. We may focus on the legacy completions at a later stage in the project. That's a perfectly viable possibility.
Once we have know what success looks like, it gives us more knobs to be able to turn, to be able to go back to our legacy wells and see what we need to be able to, what modifications need to be made to allow us to have successful EOR projects in legacy wells. And so understanding the first allows us to make adjustments going forward.
And we will learn quite a bit on the modeling side as well as we go and do and analyze all these processes. Another thing that I didn't mention was older completions have more prone to flow assurance issues, soil precipitation, and older asphaltic deposition and others. Going with a newer completion design with all of that mitigates some of the risk. And that's one of the very reasons I was probably asking to probably have additional chemistries to mitigate flow assurance issues and or other processes to improve conformance, to guarantee that the gas stays as in the best zones within the Huff cycles as we're injecting.
Okay, thank you for both of you for the extra explanation. Looking at your E1, I want to talk about the monitoring program just a little bit. Um, for the most part, each of the wells has a immediate offset in the same zone, or close to it. The kind of the one maybe of concern would be the Clover 4, the westernmost injection well in the northern portion of the spacing unit. You've got on this E1 exhibit that you plan to shut in and pressure monitor the Jack 39H and shut in the 49H as well. They'll remain shut in during the entirety of the project.
They'll both of them are actually shut in currently. For one has a downhole fish, the 4 has a downhole fish in the wellbore, and then the Jack 3 is not being produced because it's uneconomic at this time, and so with this project, the plan is for us to be able to keep both wells shut in and use them as monitor wells. The 8 is producing, so we will be able to see both a pressure response as well as any kind of fluid response. Also, one of the reasons why we chose the order that we're going to be injecting is before we get to the Clover 4, we'll have a better idea of exactly how that gas is responding as we're injecting. And so if we see any concerns or have anything that comes up, we may decide not to inject into the Clover 4. But we wanted to be able to at least be systematic as we were walking through that process.
So, in a nutshell, Jack 3 and 4 are already shut in. We don't have any plans to get them back in production anytime soon due to economic limitations in this specific wellbores. And there is another element that we could probably introduce in order to maximize conformance, which is the foam. Foam would allow you to avoid any kind of communication with the offset wells, and that's part. If there is any potential communication with offset wells, that would basically prevent some of the gas going into the high permeability streaks, and staying relatively confined to the well. And that's one of the main applications of the foam. If you
Shift gears, since that was just mentioned, if you shift gears and do a cycle that included foam injection, does that change any of the injection pressure parameters
we will
that
do
we've
our
already talked about?
We will do our estimation. Right now, we're working with Dow to calculate what will be the foam density and how the foaming is going to be interacting. But typically, it's simply a small mist of the solution, the foaming solution, going along. So there may be a small difference on that, but that's going to be taken into consideration. The foaming happens in the fracture per se.
Okay. At this point, though, you anticipate that you still wouldn't need to exceed those fracture closure pressures that we've talked about.
Yeah, we will honor the fracture closure pressures that we were discussing.
Back to those Jack wells, do you plan to put bottom hole gauges in them or do anything other than monitor from surface on those?
We will look at the wellbores and see what the conditions are, so that way we can figure out if there's an easy way to be able to put a downhole pressure gauge in it. We do have everything set up for surface, so we'll be monitoring at surface, and we have that. We can, with the downhole gauges that we will have in our offset injection wells, we'll be able to use that for correlation too.
But any meaningful migration into it should be reflected in the surface gauge as well. So, in my personal opinion, a surface gauge would suffice to make sure that we have no migration or limited migration.
I think the individual applications, at least, you might have mentioned it, but there was some indication of plans to use a tracer during the injection, at least the first initial injection cycle. Have you determined what that tracer is going to be yet?
We're working right now with the tracer companies to see if what would be an easiest and more feasible route to do this, and the monitoring that we may be using in here to basically identify what is native gas and what is injected gas.
Is that, I'm assuming that's planned to be a chemical tracer? At this
Yeah,
point?
it's going to be a non-radioactive chemical tracer.
Okay.
Of sort.
You'll be able to do sampling, and I think you indicated a sampling program in the application materials. You mentioned you've discussed with some of the offsetting operators. You might not anticipate a lot moving off on that north or south end, but will you provide the ability for them to take samples and provide them to you, or is that planned at this point?
We will definitely ask him for us to collect some gas samples and make sure that there is nothing there. But
So the plan is you will have some samples coming
we
off
will
of
reach out to
those.
them and collect samples from those wells, if necessary, of course. Now, the closest producing offset that we will have to the Clover 4 will be the Jack 8. Jack 8 is half a mile away. It would be, in my opinion, it would be unlikely that you would see migration gas half a mile away.
You would also have the well immediately to the north of it. That's toe to toe. I know you testified you don't anticipate a lot of that
there is
direction,
quite a bit of distance as well. So it's off azimuth as well. But we'll monitor that.
but the operators that you've been in communication with are open to doing those gas samples and having you. I'm assuming you'll do the testing.
Do the testing.
What is the plan? I know you mentioned a little bit that you may not go into the 4 if indicators are poor for some reason on the plan for injection there. But if you are injecting into the 4 and you see a response on the Jack wells, what would you plan to do?
We will stop injection and then go through and figure out a best plan going forward. And to Jose's point, we will look at that foam and other mitigation methods to be able to see how to be able to optimize that injection.
This is important for scaling in the basin. This is a situation that's not going to be unique. So therefore, I think it's a good opportunity to test and that technology that will allow us to mitigate if we have an issue. I'm not convinced we have an issue yet. The spacing between the Jack 3 and the 4 is about 1,100 feet. So, and we have some pressure interference tests elsewhere in the basin that suggest very limited communication at that spacing. So,
At large scales, unitized areas, it's less of a concern. But when we're talking about a pilot, we're talking about a single spacing unit, and the potential for migrating hydrocarbons off of that spacing unit onto another is a direct concern.
correct.
I think that might be all I've got. Thank you.
I've got a couple, but most of them were answered through the process, so I'm glad I waited till the end. I with Rich, share a little bit of concern on the Clover and the Jack relationship and what ends up happening there. But I just wanted to clarify what I thought I heard, which was the Jack well is shut in for purposes other than this EOR pilot project.
That's correct.
Okay. And the indication is that it's not economic at this time, but oil's at $94 right now. And so I'm struggling with that one. Just Sonia, if you can reply to that.
We are looking at the cost for any of the mitigation that needs to be done and see if it will offset to be able to go do the additional well work that's necessary. So with any well that's shut in, we evaluate everything and pricing.
Yeah. Okay. And there's not a lease line well there. Is that something that Continental has considered as part of their plan for that area, or is because of this pilot the lease line well would not be considered now or in the future?
I don't know. We are constantly evaluating how to be able to optimize at this with the pilot. We won't be drilling a lease line well, but in the future there might be opportunities, but the team will continue to evaluate.
Okay. Let me change pages here. On the operational side, I guess it's slide E3. Jared alluded to this with the wellhead changeout and the tubing changeouts in the injector weld. Will there be any wellhead changeouts needed in the non-injecting wells, the other wells in that unit, just in case there's gas breakout or other? The whole field is hydraulically fractured, so gas breakout is likely to occur. And how is that going to be monitored from a safety perspective, so there's not spills or environmental concerns through that process?
The stuffing boxes, since they're all on rod lift, they'll be changed out to make sure that they're at 10K. So that way it would be, we would have that integrity, and then we'll also be monitoring both pressures and production to be able to.
Okay. My mother, I think you asked the lean gas question. I guess on slide E6, Jose, you said there would be a gas injection line laid from the WBI tap to the Roadrunner. So just checking, there's no buyback meters or anything on your guys' flow line or anything like that that's going to be needed for this. You're purchasing directly off the WBI line post sale from the Clover or Jack or any of the offsetting pads. Okay. What will be is that line going to be on the surface, or is it going to be a buried line?
It'll be a buried line.
Okay. And where's the compressor going to be, and what's the operating pressure of that line going to be?
So the compressor will sit on the pad itself. Mm-hmm. The operating pressure,
similar to the WBI pipeline pressure.
Yes, it won't be. We won't be pressuring it up.
It'll be lower pressure.
Correct.
Okay. And then on the last couple bullets on E6, what are the expected number of producing days? You've indicated 45 to 90 days for the injection. Are you? I guess that's a pressure question. When the pressure gets down to the MMT, you would then start another cycle. Is that how that works?
We are basically going to evaluate the injection volumes, but the limitation is the pressure, of course, right?
Okay.
And as you enrich the gas in subsequent cycles, that pressure may become lower than you need, and you may be having a process that is more efficient, as I mentioned. So, to answer your question, yes, that is correct.
Be based off pressure at the end.
But the initial cycle is going to require at least 7,000 psi. I mean, close to 6,500 psi.
You'll pressure up to that, and then the drawdown, and that'll be 45 to 90 days or something like that.
It will take probably more than that.
And then you'll draw down, produce and draw down, and you expect those to free flow. No need for any type of other artificial lift.
Yes.
I guess going back to the Jack question, if there is significant breakout seen in those other Jack wells, what's the plan? So say the Jack 8 is you're starting to see indications there that there's breakout. What's the plan?
If we start seeing communication, we'll stop injection on the 4, and then evaluate what all our options are to be able to help and make sure that we're mitigating and optimizing that plan, and then move on to the next well. So we'll go back to the Roadrunners and start injection on that, and then work through any of the issues that we see on the Clover 4.
Okay.
If the breakout is excessive, which in my opinion would be unlikely, but if the breakout is excessive, the pilot will be restricted to 3 wells and use Clover 4 and that's an additional containment well.
Okay, thank you. Was there a reason that the Clover 6 was not chosen over the Clover 4? I'm just curious.
There is a well offsetting or very close to the lease line that is not operated by Continental.
It's that Haas well that it's on the gun barrel plot, but it didn't show up on here.
And it's currently producing, and we are not the operator in that specific lease.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Lawrence, a few things. So, is April 2nd long enough to supplement the
Oh,
record?
we have more questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we had exhausted it.
Well, we're close. We're close. So just to clarify the record, can you guys supplement with the estimated maximum volumes you plan to inject into each well?
Sure.
Yes.
along those lines, you've mentioned that you plan to inject produced water and foam. Is that something that you're anticipating you will need the ability to do right away?
No,
Right away.
we are going to do an evaluation first to see the level of communication with the offsets in terms of pressure and production. And if necessary, we'll implement foam. Foam is an excellent candidate for guaranteeing conformance, but foam also has its drawbacks in terms of the performance and the fracture conductivities and all the things related to that. So for us, foam is a mitigation plan
Okay.
to improve conformance, but not necessarily the first avenue going forward.
Okay. We want to make sure that the applications and orders give you the ability to inject these other fluids, and we'll work through that in the application process, but there may be follow-up regarding those other fluids during that process.
Thank you.
Also, as part of the pilot injection project order, there will be a review time set. From the start of injection, how long do you anticipate the entire project to last?
From the first cycle to that end of cycle 3, or
Whatever the end of the project could be, like the longest possible.
longest possible could be 7 years.
Okay. How long will the first cycle last? The first cycle is 90 days.
90 days for each well
For each
bore of
wellbore.
injecting, and then it could be 90 to 120 days of production per well bore.
Okay, I guess I'll ask you this. As far as an appropriate review time to come back before the commission and present findings, what do you think that would be?
Probably a minimum of a year and a half, to be able to give you at least what we're seeing on the injection side, so that way we can actually have more concrete discussion on what we're seeing and what that response looks like. So a minimum a year and a half.
So
Yeah,
if we went 2 years, that would be acceptable.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
At that year and a half time frame, you're just past the first cycle being completed and probably the first production run on that.
And then we'll also be starting that second injection cycle as well. And so, because we'll be injecting and then producing, and
Right.
so
at 2 years, your first cycle's probably well done,
second cycle
and you're
is,
probably in about halfway, maybe 3/4 of the way through the second cycle.
yes, and we'll have probably part of the puff on that second cycle too.
Thank you.
Okay. April 2nd, is that long enough to supplement the record?
Yes, and I don't believe it is. It is plenty of time. And then I guess I did not offer the exhibits. I'd like to do that.
That was my next question.
Okay.
The exhibits are admitted.
Okay.
Sir, I apologize. I don't remember your name. Matt. Okay, I'll call you Matt. I understand you might want to comment on a couple of these cases.
Formal objection today, yes, sir.
If you'd like to submit something, that's fine. If you actually want to come up and comment.
Yes, we have a whole new comment today.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is have you come up. Whoever's going to, I know your son read yesterday. Just state your name and then please state your interest in the case.
It's all right here.
Okay, but what is it? But,
Mineral rights interest.
I'm sorry?
It's my mineral rights.
So you own minerals in these sections.
Absolutely.
Okay. So just, what is your name?
My name is Austin Verity.
Okay, I'm going to swear you in. Please raise your hand.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can proceed.
Petition to be heard before the state of North Dakota regarding objection to the operator conduct emergency stay. Dunn County Block 147 North, 095030 E2 Northwest, 147 North, 095 West, 030 Northeast, 147 North, 095 West, 030 and 2 Northeast, Northwest, 147 North, 095 West, 030 E2 Southwest, 147 North, 095 West, 030 Southeast, Boxcar Badger Golden Creek et al. Date March 26, 2026. 1. Opening statement. The dual industry expert in the next generation. We come now before the court
My name is Matthew Baird, and I stand before you as a technical professional with a dual industry background rooted in forensic precision, systemic accountability, and corporate compliance. With me today is my son, Austin Verdi, representing the next generation of our family stewardship. I'm here representing my mother's interest, pursuant to a limited power of attorney so as to protect her mineral interest. Her name is Rebecca Kovatish, but she goes by Becky. I have prepared full copies of the statement and the supporting evidence of systemic bypass. These are available for the court's record. The foundation of this claim. I'm here today because my mother, Rebecca Kovatish, requested me to leave my professional post in Nevada to help her with a comprehensive audit of our family's mineral interest, utilizing my educational background as well as my long-term expertise in the mineral extraction industry. My career has been defined by the highest levels of diagnostic ability and the strictest standard of operator accountability to identify hidden structural failures and total loss scenarios that most overlook. As a former employee of Nevada Gold Mines, NGM for short, a merged entity of the two leading producers of gold on the planet, my credentials have the highest of credibility in the mineral extraction industry and cannot be refuted. After 10 years of experience in the leach processing operation, I saw the numbers. I had no choice but to learn the entire process from the very first grain of soil moved to the pouring of the actual dory bars themselves. So to say I'm just a backwards hillbilly mineral owner and think you're not going to get caught is incredulous, appalling, and absolutely criminal in nature. After a meticulous, comprehensive audit based upon the Nevada Goldfield standard of accountability, I am absolutely appalled at what I have discovered. As such, I object to the issuance of any new permitting or amendments today on her behalf to protect her mineral estate, as the permits are invalid ab initio. This land is our blood, rooted in the Homestead Act. My grandfather, John Jack Kovatish Jr., was born on this very homestead, not in a hospital, on the very land my family's minerals are being stolen from. When he eventually sold the surface to the Rice family, he did so with the explicit legal intent to retain 100% of the mineral rights for his children and grandchildren. I stand here to protect the unified interest of the four primary heirs of John's legacy, Rebecca, William, Michael, and Catherine. The conduct I have uncovered, the simultaneous mysterious dropping of wells for all four separate legal entities, is unlawful, according to recent North Dakota precedent and a direct violation of the United States and North Dakota constitutions. My mother, and others relating to this interest, never received notice of previous proceedings relating to these same interests and have since been dropped from payment, without any notice or explanation. I am including the recent Garrett's decision from the North Dakota Supreme Court, which addresses how this situation should be treated. Subject 2. Ground 1, the burden of due diligence and unified bypass. Under North Dakota law, due diligence is the operator's number one priority and mandatory burden. The fragment evidence. I hold in my hands and have brought copies for the Commission division orders from 2017 and 2018 and non-consecutive pay stubs ranging from 2018 to the present day. The operator successfully located the four heirs, Rebecca, William, Michael, and Catherine, previously, yet active producing wells were dropped from their division orders while they kept every straw in my pool active and producing. These four interest holders were not provided notice of why their payments stopped or how their rights have been affected, while the operators continued to produce and make themselves money. The legal singer. To lose four separate legal entities after years of successful payment is demonstrable bad faith bypass of their primary statutory duty. Under the doctrine of collateral estoppel, these operators are legally barred from denying they knew our identity because they delivered the division orders with their position of ownership on two separate occasions a year apart, including all four heirs. To say otherwise now is perjury. To miss or lose one, whoops, we lost you, we are sorry. To miss all four, deliberate manipulation in the eyes of any seasoned auditor. Subject 3. Ground 2, the Garris precedent and unconscionable hardship. This case is a mirror image of the Garris v. NDIC 2026 ND25. The legal parallels are so precise that if this matter moves from this commission to a district court judge, we anticipate summary judgment before a district court, and we'll be moving for exemplary and punitive damages, which could essentially make the smaller operators insolvent and the big boys credit liability. Investors will pull capital, the spillway to the dam will be broken, and the entire lake of funds will be flooded to the mineral owners through class action, and the executives will face incarceration for the crimes they have committed. A decade of hardship. For years, these four heirs have endured systemic financial harm while these operators enrich themselves. While these operators use super platforms to stick every straw in their heirs pool and strain our reservoir, they systemically squeezed our family out of our rightful income and birthright. The human cost. This is not just a ledger error, it is a life and death crisis. Their heir William is currently fighting cancer, and his descendant Nick is also facing terminal cancer. Simultaneously, their heir Michael is battling chronic pulmonary disorder. While these operators were losing our addresses and holding back millions in royalties, these heirs have been fighting for their lives without the financial protection their grandfather, Jack, intended for them. This bypass is not just illegal, it is unconscionable. My mother's checks were depleted by thousands to a staggering $200 while the operators were extracting millions from the soil John Coppitage was born on. His blood is in every drop of that oil. Subject 4. Ground 3. MFN violations and full production value. I am applying a forensic standard to remedy these fragmented records for all 4 parties. The Rice family meters. We have closely monitored the Rice family's meters and surface activity. We know definitively the exact flow rates and pressures being pulled from the common pool. There are millions in revenue owed on these wells from the past production. The audit mandate. We demand an immediate global forensic audit for Rebecca, William, Michael, and Catherine to bridge the gaps in these non-consecutive stubs and identify the production volume and molecular grade of every straw in the pool from 2016 to the present. And full compensation due, plus statutory interest using the Rice meters as the baseline. More importantly for today, this commission cannot move forward under Garris because of the failures of notice and due process. Full production value. Because the operators are bad faith trespassers, we demand the full 100% production value of every barrel strained from our tracks with 0 deductions for their operating costs subject to the demanded audit. Subject 5. Emergency remedies and the treat of punitive judgment. Due to the systemic gross negligence displayed against this 100-year-old estate, we ask this commission to deny any further actions relating to these units until these issues can be addressed. Garris applies here and would void any order issued by the commission if entered. It would be a waste of time and resources to approve anything today. 6. Closing statement. These operators found us in 2017. They found us again in 2018, barring them under the doctrine of estoppel. This loss of revenue from the operators establishes a wanton disregard for due diligence and is egregious in nature. This must be rectified today or face district court remedy and lose again. Due diligence is their burden. They have 0 excuse. There is no backdoor. There is no negotiation. They chose to drop our wells and keep pocketing oil and gas revenues while keeping what is owed my mother and the other 3 heirs relating to these interests. We are the holders of a federal homestead legacy. While corporate executives sitting in their $2,000 three-piece suits and silk ties or sitting on some golf course in Fiji, my family lies in a hospital bed with the timeline of life. After attending a commission hearing yesterday, I'm appalled at the demeanor of those appointed to overhear all cases. Their conduct was the most unbecoming of any oversight I have encountered. If this is any signal as to the bias of the commission and the level of integrity it holds, I fear there are thousands like me that are feeling the sting of those executive Fijian vacations. I move for no boots on the ground until an audit is produced. I move for physical proof of cessation of operations. I move for treble damages if 1 grain of soil is disturbed. I move for a $2,000 a day penalty until the audit is received. The real test is upon you, commissioners. You wrote these laws. Are you willing to stand against the Supreme Court and face defeat again? Costing a global financial catastrophe due to the lack of ethics and not being able to govern yourselves with the very same laws you created. Do you truly have the ethical and professional accountability to govern yourselves as I have been held to in the entirety of my career in the mineral extraction industry? We have the irrefutable data, the Rice meter, the division orders, the pay stubs. The clock is ticking like the clock on the lives of our families whose heritage needs to be made whole. The legal weight of the Garris case, if this commission does not issue an immediate stay today, will further damage these heirs and likely other parties, resulting in additional litigation and hardship for the parties involved, and is a waste of time and resources, furthering a pattern of unethical practices against the mineral owners. This case is clear-cut prima facie. The facts are refutable. The burden of proof falls on the operators, not the mineral owners. Laws you, the commission itself, put into play. Enforce them with the same vigor, integrity, and ethics to rule your own fictitious law, to rule against your own fictitious laws, to rule immediately in the proprietor's favor, or face the levity of having to explain to the higher court why they are hearing a case the commission didn't have the ethics to police themselves. The Coppitage family homestead is putting you on notice. The current standing laws are legal fiction that constitutes the scientifically proven facts of geology. Every mineral owner in the Bakken demands to be made whole. Any reasonable man would deduce any mineral body with an average grade over its entire body should be distributed equitably. No man should have a more vested interest than the next. The mineral right should have equal royalty across the entire pool reservoir, whose geological source is not the pumping platforms. Scientists have proven that the source exists miles underground and has a geological grade average. For example, it's like comparing the lava from the mouth of the volcano to where the lava comes from. It originates at the same source. Your own scientists monitor this pressure, but hide it from the mineral owners. We, as mineral owners, have an equitable share split across the board. We scientifically own every single drop of oil as one unified entity. With your science of reintroducing pressure in, you double dip the chip. You unified the mineral body the same way the earth provides it in the same place, essentially creating a vessel of pressure every operator, no matter position, plotting, or the disgusting practice of overlapping, is drawn from. It doesn't matter where you move your fence. When you drill a hole under and stab my well, you're still tasting my water. You engineered it, now you have to pay the consequences for it. You didn't reinvent the wheel, you simply put the air back in the tire. Any reasonable person would deduce it's the same wheel. Any person with a high level of knowledge and expertise in the mineral recovery industry calls it theft. While you systemically strip the rights of owners of their equitable share with disputes over the top surface while relocating who gets what, reallocating who gets what. You've stripped the mineral owner of its true right, the right to the entirety of the body of the mineral, not the frivolity of the top surface litigation over which corporation is stealing from the other. You're all stealing from the mineral owners. This commission has allowed them to kangaroo court their way to billions in profits, leading the mineral owners in destitution. We demand accountability. We demand you to argue away your science the same science used to steal our heritage. We as Americans are deemed as equal, and we have the same unalienable rights by the Constitution, bolstered by the Supreme Court of the United States of America, the ultimate law of the land. These same legal standards and ethics should apply to every mineral underneath sovereign U.S. soil. To say otherwise is a direct constitutional breach and grossly diminishes our inalienable rights to life, liberty, and happiness. The Cobbetish homestead heritage is prepared for the legal long haul. You've been pumping my grandfather's blood through your pipes for generations. We are prepared to fight for generations more for every mineral rights owner's equitable, constitutionally afforded share to the highest courts in the land. I'm fully prepared to file a class action on behalf of the entire Bakken in district court today if this commission goes against its own governance and rules against any of the aforementioned sanctions and remedy. Shut them in, impose the sanctions, and govern yourselves accordingly. The laws of nature cannot be defied, but you certainly can defy the laws of man. Respectfully submitted, Matthew Barry, attorney in fact for Rebecca Cobbetish.
Okay. Thank you. Attorney Bender, any response?
I don't believe the commission has the authority to address many of the things that the gentleman raised in his presentation. I don't necessarily dispute. I have no basis to dispute some of the things he said, but this administrative body doesn't have the authority to address those things. He talked about a lot of townships and ranges that aren't anywhere near where the lands are that deal with case 32-688. Yesterday he was here. Yesterday he was here dealing with lands in McKenzie County. Today we're in Dunn County. I'd move that the remarks be stricken from the record as irrelevant.
Commissioner, he's combined his case with part of my township's 32689, and it's fully relevant to everything today. There's multiple cases that are heard today that my argument stands with, and I fully request that you would submit it to the record because you submitted mine yesterday. You can't go back on it.
Well, yesterday I was under the impression that you owned in section 20, which related to that hearing.
Well, yesterday there was multiple cases.
Let me finish.
I also had...
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. Do you own any interest in section 3, 10, 15, or 22, township 145 North, range 95 West?
20 and 28. If they intersect, they're valid.
Here's what I'm going to do. I will admit the testimony subject to your objection. The commission will give it its due weight. Okay. Thank you.
No ruling.
As far as what?
Anything I asked for?
Your request for daily penalties and a stay are denied.
Thank you.
Okay. That concludes our hearings.
I
What
have
about my
some-
audit? I asked for a global audit of my property. I'm afforded that right by Nevada law.
Okay.
North Dakota
The
law.
commission does not order audits. We will take it under consideration, but at this point in time, I'm going to deny your request.
So I'm going to the district court to file class action is what
You
you're
can
telling
do
me?
whatever you want.
Thank you. That's all I need to know, sir.
I have some questions.
Okay.
Can you list for us where your mineral ownership is located, section, township, range?
It's all right there.
It was one of the
I can submit this document right now
Can you just
because
tell me for the record? Is it a lot or?
it's a unitized deal. You guys have my division orders. I mean,
It's that easy to
You
figure
know,
out.
I don't really think it's very clear right now where.
It doesn't
you
matter.
are.
I'm speaking for the entirety of the Bakken platform. You guys are doing this wrong.
No.
I just
Okay.
would like to know where your mineral ownership is located.
Right. That's what we're.
By division orders, I'll supplement here. I'll give this to the clerk, and you guys can have all the pertinent information. The due diligence is yours to figure it out, not mine. You guys wrote the laws, not me.
Okay.
Govern yourselves accordingly.
So he's going to submit his information, and we will give it the appropriate weight, if any.
Like I said, on record, due diligence is on you.
Okay. If you're
not
going to keep
me.
talking, I need to swear you in. Okay. So,
Thank you.
any further questions? Okay. That concludes our hearings for case numbers 32688, 32689, 32690, 32691, and 32692. This time we will take a 10-minute break. We are back on the record, and we will now move to supplement called case number 32336. Application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Noonan Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, to create and establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 23, 26, and 35, Township 162 North, Range 96 West, authorizing drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit, and such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case 32336 on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. We'll have 3 witnesses in this matter.
And Mr. Botchett, still under oath.
Okay. TJ, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for 32336. Go to L1. Tell us what L1 is.
L1 is a general locator map highlighting the proposed 1920 acre spacing unit, highlighted in red, showing comprised of sections 23, 26, and 35 of 16296.
And L2.
L2 is a land plat showing section 23 of 16296 with Continental owning a 23% working interest.
And L3.
L3 is a land plat of sections 26 and 35 of 16296 showing Continental with a 46% working interest.
And then exhibit L4.
L4 is the proposed 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 23, 26, and 35 of 16296 showing Continental with a 38% working interest.
And because Continental Resources owns less than a majority interest, will Continental have contact with other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator?
Yes.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Is Mr. Nance on?
Yeah, he should be on the screen.
Yeah. Looks like they're working on it.
It's the first time I've had a glitch.
Here we
we
Nathan
go.
Anderson's
Got that in.
That's right.
Mr. Nance,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
David, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
What capacity?
a geologist.
And in that capacity, you've testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, they were.
Offer the further testimony to this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
David, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, G1. Tell us what G1 is.
G1 is a general locator map. It's showing our spacing units, proposed spacing units highlighted. And 50-foot contour intervals of the upper Bakken surface are displayed. And the type log for the area is indicated by a red star.
Okay, now you called it a general locator map. It's a Bakken structure map, is it not?
It is a Bakken structure map.
Okay.
And also a general locator map where everything is located.
Okay.
In relation to structure.
All right. And you said it does show a type log. That's in the bright red star. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the type log is the next exhibit, exhibit 2. Is that correct? G2?
G2 is a type log for the area. It displays the log unit through the Bakken pool. And we expect uniform thickness, density, and porosity in the area.
Okay, and what's the target zone?
Middle Bakken.
Middle Bakken, is that correct?
Middle Bakken's correct.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Ms. George,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Liz, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
What capacity?
reservoir engineer.
And that capacity, you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Liz, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. It's been previously marked as E1. Can you tell me what E1 is?
E1 is a proposed directional well plot of the 1920 acre spacing with 5 subsequent Middle Bakken in-unit wells, 3-mile wells.
Okay. And exhibit E2?
So E2 is a standard wellbore diagram depicting our traditional casing design with a lateral estimated measured depth of 26,000 feet and a cemented lateral with approximately 100 plug and perf stages.
And E3?
E3 is the exhibit depicting the reserves basis for all Middle Bakken wells with an initial rate of 1,000 barrels of oil per day, a decline rate of 55% at a 1.01 B factor, in a GOR of 2,360 standard cubic feet per barrel, yielding an EUR of 570,000 barrels of oil, 1.345 BCF of gas, and 794,000 barrels of oil equivalent. The economics were run at $60 a barrel and $3 an MCF, a completed well cost of $10.9 million, working interest of 100%, and revenue interest of 80%, operating cost of $10,000 a month, yielding an internal rate of return of 31%.
And exhibit GM1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
When is the planned development for this unit?
Plan development for this unit, we anticipate in sometime before 2028.
Do you have a pad location chosen? And then my other
No,
question would be gas takeaway in the area.
No, sir, we have not decided on a pad location. We're evaluating both the north and south ends of the unit.
Then do you have gas or takeaway in the area or plan to at the time?
There is takeaway in the area, but we have not connected to it yet.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
That concludes our hearing for case number 32336. We'll jump ahead to case number 32338. Application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Border Bakken Pool and/or Stoneview Bakken Pool, Burke County, North Dakota, to create and establish 2 overlapping 1920 acre spacing units comprised of sections 3, 10, and 15, and sections 22, 27, and 34. Township 161 North, Range 94 West. Authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells in each proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit. And such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1854, Bismarck, hearing this matter, case 32338 on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. We'll have the same 3 witnesses in this case as we had in the previous case.
They're still under oath.
Thank you. TJ, Exhibit L1.
L1 is a general locator map highlighting 2 proposed 1920 spacing units. The one outlined in red is comprised of sections 3, 10, and 15 of 16194, as well as the one directly to the south, comprised of sections 22, 27, and 34 of 16194.
And L2.
L2 is a land plat highlighting all of sections 3 and 10 of 16194, showing Continental with a 51.8% working interest.
L3.
L3 is a land plat of section 15, showing Continental with a 58.5% working interest.
L4.
L4 is a land plat of the proposed 1920 acre spacing unit of sections 3, 10, and 15 of 16194, with Continental owning a 63.18% working interest.
L5.
L5 is a land plat of all of section 22, showing Continental owning a 75% working interest.
L6.
L6 is a land plat of sections 27 and 34 of 16194, showing Continental owning a 59.6% working interest.
And L7.
L7 is a land plat of the proposed 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 22, 27, and 34 of 16194, showing Continental owning a 65% working interest.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
TJ, in this application, you're asking to include part of a already established spacing unit in each of the 1920s, being the central 1280. Can you elaborate for the commission on how you anticipate allocating for the 1920 production?
It'll just be based on the surface acres in the 1920.
So you would allocate 1/3 to each of the surface acres, each of the sections, or roughly 1/3 to each of the
A third each section, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed.
David, let's go to the next exhibit, G1.
Okay. G1 is a Bakken structure map with field outlines in blue. Our proposed spacing units highlighted in yellow and outlined in red and green. And there's 50-foot contours there in subsea TBD. And the type log for the area is indicated by the red star.
Okay, and exhibit G2.
G2 is the type log for the area. It shows the Bakken pool down 50 feet below the top of the Three Forks, and we expect uniform thickness, density, and porosity in the area.
G3.
G3 is a it's got the field outlines in blue and a type log with a red star. Our spacing units highlighted in yellow, and the existing development in the area with pink wells as Three Forks laterals and green wells as Middle Bakken laterals.
Kind of shows the general development in the area that you're proposing to space here today. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Any questions from staff? You can proceed.
Okay, Liz, E1.
E1 is a proposed directional well plot of the 1920 acre spacing unit with existing Three Forks wells in pink, existing Middle Bakken laterals in green, and then the dashed green lines are the 5 proposed Middle Bakken 3-mile laterals in the unit.
E2.
E2 is a proposed directional well plot of the 1920 acre spacing unit with existing Three Forks laterals in pink, existing Middle Bakken laterals in green, and the dashed green lines reflect the 5 proposed Middle Bakken 3-mile laterals in the unit.
And E3.
E3 is a well construction diagram for our Middle Bakken wells, estimating a lateral TD at 26,000 feet of measured depth and a cemented lateral with approximately 100 plug and perf stages.
And E4.
E4 is the reserves basis for the Middle Bakken wells in the 1920 acre spacing units with an initial rate of 1,000 barrels of oil per day, a decline rate of 55%, a B factor of 1.01, GOR of 2,360 standard cubic feet per barrel, yielding an EUR of 570,000 barrels of oil, 1.345 BCF of gas, and 794,000 barrels of oil equivalent. The economics were calculated at $60 oil and $3 gas, completed well cost of $10.9 million, operating cost of $10,000 a month, yielding an internal rate of return of 31%.
And GM1 is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
The existing well that's going to span these two, what's the plans for that well? It looks like it's a middle Bakken well, goes from section 15 into 22.
Yes, the plan is to continue to produce that well after the subsequent development.
On the 1280 spacing, and then all the other wells will be 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. I guess same question that was asked earlier. Same question then on the Three Forks lateral. Is that what's the plan with, I guess, both of those?
The plan would be to continue to produce those as well.
Okay. In both locations, look like the surface location will be new pads in the south section of each of the two 1920s. Is that correct?
We're evaluating both the north and south end for both of these spacing units.
Okay, so those diagrams aren't necessarily accurate or about what will actually happen in the field.
Yes, the bottom hole and surface hole are illustrative here, and will change depending on which direction we drill the wells and whether we're set on the surface from the north end or the south end.
When's the planned development date for these units?
Anticipating spud in 2027.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 32338. Moving back to the regular docket. Case number 32693. Application of WGO Resources LLC for an order authorizing the flaring of gas from certain current and future wells completed in the Sentinel Butte, Red River Pool, Golden Valley, North Dakota, as an exception to the provisions of Commission Order number 34133, and such further and additional relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter. Case number 32693 on behalf of WGO Resources, LLC.
Mr. Moritz,
Yes,
you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Richard, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Yes, Richard Moritz, Moritz,
And Richard, by whom are you employed?
Overeem Gas and Oil Corporation.
And in what capacity?
Vice President of Land.
And in that capacity, you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Richard, let's turn to the packet of exhibits I've distributed to the commission staff. I'm going to have you skip the cover page and go to Exhibit 1. Can you tell me what Exhibit 1 is?
Yes, Exhibit 1 is a regional locator map. It shows the Sentinel Butte field in a yellow outline, and it shows other fields in a green outline.
Okay, and then Exhibit 2. Tell me what Exhibit 2 is.
Yes, Exhibit 2 shows the Sentinel Butte field, and that is in a blue outline. Then it shows the two producing wells, which are the Coon Harkins 126 and the Coon Harkins 135. Then it shows the two permitted wells, which is the Mo 134 and the Rochek 123. and then it also has 4 boxes on there relating to gas, and that will be talked about by the next witness for Wolverine.
Okay. And currently, those wells that are producing that you have depicted on your Exhibit 2, they're not connected to gas gathering facilities at the present time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the next witness is going to discuss why they're not connected now and why they won't be connected in the foreseeable future. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, all the questions I have for this witness.
Any questions, staff? Mr. Ritsima,
Yes.
you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
I do.
Jordan, by whom are you employed?
Wolverine Gas and Oil Corporation,
In what capacity?
production engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
I have.
I offer the further testimony of this witness out of an expert.
Motion granted.
Jordan, I'm going to have you turn to the next exhibit in the packet, Exhibit 3. And what I'd like you to do is identify Exhibit 3 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Sure. Yes. Exhibit 3 is a gas gathering infrastructure map I've put together. On the south portion of the map, we have the Sentinel Butte field outline in dashed blue. And then I have a hypothetical gas gathering line going to the nearest gas gathering infrastructure, and that is the dashed red line. That line is a non-surveyed direct route, and it is approximately 16 miles in length.
Okay. Before you go on to the next exhibit, perhaps you could just back up and touch on a couple things on Exhibit 2. Richard mentioned them, but he didn't detail. And that's the location of wells that have already been drilled. And then you have on this, or someone put on this map, what the current gas production is. Could you briefly discuss that on Exhibit 2?
Yeah, what I'm depicting here is going to the gas rates that I'm showing here are going to integrate into the economics of gas gathering and the economics of other uses of the gas. The Kuhn-Harkins 126 and 135 are producing. The gas rates shown there are actuals from approximately 10 to 15 days ago. So these are actual rates that the wells are producing, 59 MCF a day for the 126 and 52 for the 135. And then the Rojic 123 and the Mo 134 are permitted. WGO has plans to drill these in the near future. I've estimated the maximum amount of gas these wells will produce based on the Kuhn-Harkins wells, which is our best expectation in analog. So the expectation for those is that they will IP at 114 MCF a day.
And when you get to the next exhibit, Exhibit 4, you're going to demonstrate that the existing production as well as the anticipated production is insufficient production to justify construction of the hypothetical gas line that you have depicted on your Exhibit 3. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 4. And as you've done with the previous exhibits, first identify it and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Yep. So this exhibit is a gas gathering volume and economics. So we're going to walk through the assumptions that were made to show the economics of connecting these wells to existing gas gathering infrastructure. And I'll speak to those gas volumes we just talked about in a minute here. So starting from the top, this is our pricing assumptions. I used 12-month rolling average, $3.78 per MCF. And then I assumed an NGL scaling factor for the value of the NGLs. So I'm using $5.44.
with the NGLs included. The cost of connecting the wells to an existing gas gathering line and operating the facility, connecting the wells to the line, that estimate is $12.9 million. That comes from input from One Oak, which is the gas gathering operator, and my internal estimates. And then I'm estimating an operating cost of $1.05 per MCF. So again, the capital cost estimate includes 16 miles of gathering line, which is based on recent industry averages for rural rough terrain install. It also includes $1.86 million to install a gas gathering facility upgrades, and in-field gathering lines to connect the 4 wells to a central location, compression, knockouts, etc. And I also have a note that One Oak did express that if we were indeed to move forward with this, they'd have to review their facility and make sure review their gathering infrastructure and make sure the line size is appropriate and that their system indeed or would actually have the capacity to handle our gas. So moving to section 3, which is the daily max rate of amount of gas flared. This is the expected maximum production rate from the 4 wells, assuming that we achieve the 114 MCF a day estimate for the 2 new wells. So that's 339 MCF a day. And then removing the on-site fuel use that we use we're running generators for electric generation to power our facilities right now. So when I remove the expected fuel use, the initial rate we'd be able to sell is 235 MCF a day. The next section is the amount of net gas available for sale. And what I did here is I took our forecasted gas rates based on decline curve analysis and analogs, less royalty and fuel, and calculated the amount of fuel, the volume of gas that we would be able to sell from March 1st until the point where we equal fuel production on site. Fuel use on site, and that is 76 million cubic feet as listed there. So the net revenue associated with that is 412,000, income of 316,000, and the net cash flow is a little over negative $12 million undiscounted. So the summary of this exhibit is that it's not near economic for gas gathering for this field.
Okay, then let's go on to Exhibit 5.
So Exhibit 5 runs through a number of conclusions in addition to gas gathering. So starting from the top, the production profile and expected gas EUR of the field is severely limited by the economic options for gas to sales or on-site use. As I just showed, the direct cost of connecting the wells to the nearest sales line or gathering line is greater than the net income received for the gas. Currently, a new well's production will fall below fuel consumption at 26 MCF a day. That's how much fuel we're using for on-site burners and power generation 4 years after a well is brought online. And the average well will have net saleable gas of 33 million cubic feet. So we would need a large number of wells to envision installing gas gathering. And that's, of course, assuming our current well performance expectations and that nothing changes from our gathering options. Point 2 speaks to NGL and CNG options. My work on other projects of similar nature has shown the capital required and the volume of gas in the Sentinel Butte field are both limitations to a project of this nature. Point 3 speaks to electrical generation. The electrical generation is not an economic option for this volume of gas as well. And then point 4 speaks to on-site crypto or cloud computing. And Sentinel Butte Field will not exceed the projected cost and is economically infeasible due to the gas rate and the EUR expectation of the wells, and simplistically the short time frame to not having enough gas available to power a project of that nature. So we don't see a viable gas option for gas gathering or alternate gas use for these low gas volume depletion drive wells. We will continue to monitor gas gathering in the area and on-site gas use trends, and of course implement an option if it becomes available. So our recommendation is we request an indefinite flaring exemption for the Sentinel Butte field.
And then just to close here, Exhibit 6, that's nothing more than a gas analysis of the gas. Is that correct?
Yeah, this was, just provided for completeness and in case they wanted to be referenced.
Okay. I don't have any further questions of this witness. Mr. Examiner, we'd offer our exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
I'm assuming your guys' evaluation also evaluates whether or not you can put up a central facility within the field that you guys could pipe all your gas to and put up a mini plant.
Yeah, I mean, are you referring to LNG or CNG recovery?
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. My assumptions did. We did look at that for that analysis.
Are you guys currently planning on drilling more than 4 wells in the future, or is that just it for that field?
Our current plan is 4 wells for this field.
Okay. And then I was noticing, I was looking through the production there. It looked like the Coon Harkins, both Coon Harkins, you guys have filed 0 production or 0 gas production for January. Is that correct?
No.
Okay.
I don't believe. I mean, they did produce gas in January.
Okay. Yeah, I have your guys.
I'm not
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I'm not the one filing those, so I would have to confirm if the, accuracy or if it's not in yet. But I can certainly do that.
Yeah, have them checked, and they'll probably have to. Not probably. Will need to amend that production to show the gas.
Yep. Put on the list.
In your guys' filings for the application, it called for a temporary. You guys requested a temporary. Do you guys want a temporary or a full exemption for the field?
Maybe I should respond to that since I was the one who actually prepared the application. In the past, when we've asked for permanent, we've usually just gotten temporary. So we asked for temporary. But if the commission were to decide to give us a permanent, of course, if they did, there's always an opportunity for the commission to have the case come back. So we would prefer a permanent and not have to come back unless the temporary is indefinite in nature, whatever you prefer.
Okay.
I mean, it's going to be a long time before the situation is going to change where it would be economic to put in a pipeline. I suppose conditions could change, but that is something that the commission could follow as well. So whatever the commission deems appropriate.
Thanks.
You bet.
That concludes our hearing for case number 32693. Case number 32694. Application of Continental Resources Operating LLC for an order authorizing the flaring of gas from certain current and future wells completed in the Fertile Valley Bakken Pool Divide Town, North Dakota, for a temporary period of time and to allow the volumes of flared gas to be excluded from the calculations of statewide and countywide flare volumes as an exception to the provisions of Commission Order Number 34127 and such further and additional relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Good morning, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 8255, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in case number 32694 on behalf of Continental Resources Operating LLC. Did you get a list of witnesses from us?
Yes.
Okay.
Although I see, no, I got 4. Okay. Mr. Hervey,
Yes, sir.
please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Jake, state your full name for the record, please.
Jake Hervey,
And Jake, by whom are you employed?
Coda Resources,
What capacity?
a reservoir engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony as witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Jake, let's go to exhibit. Let's see here. E1. Tell us what E1 is, very briefly.
Exhibit E1 is just a summary of the previous case, number 32694, that we presented to you guys a little bit over a year ago, and then the subsequent order 34127 that was issued granting us an initial release from gas capture policies through kind of this time period.
Okay, so in essence, this is a request to continue that authority. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go to E2.
E2 is a locator map showing the location of the Fertile Valley Field in Divide County.
And E3.
E3 is a map showing Coda-operated wells. The sticks are colored by IP year, the Middle Bakken wells primarily, and then just a little bit of detail about our asset history, and then some of our recent activity. And so I know what we had kind of based a lot of our testimony about last year was that 2025 was a key year for Coda, both in terms of delineating our acreage position both to the north and west, as well as gaining longer-term production history on some of our longer lateral wells, which really enabled us to both add inventory and then also have more certainty in the reserves and kind of the forecast type curve estimations going forward. So we believe we accomplished both of those things throughout 2025. We were able to prove up the inventory that's necessary for us to really underwrite and commit to a full third-party midstream solution. And then we were also able to kind of demonstrate to those midstream companies that the volumes and the numbers of wells that we're kind of putting out there and proposing to them are real. So that's kind of the purpose of this.
Okay, let's go to E4.
E4. It's just kind of we showed a similar version of this last time, but it just shows where the Fertile Valley Field is in relation to the existing gas gathering systems around us. So the primary gatherers around us are One Oak to the east and Kinder Morgan to the south. A key kind of challenge that we've had with this acreage position is just the proximity to the nearest gas plants and compressor stations. So we're pretty far away and at the end of the low pressure systems for both One Oak and Kinder. And then kind of recently, this past year, we really got into talks with the Steel Reef Group, who is here with us today, and who actually has a gas plant that operates just on the northern side of the kind of Montana Canadian border. So showing where their gas plant is located as well. But really throughout 2025, we spent the whole year working through solutions with different midstream companies. We got updated proposals from Kinder Morgan, One Oak, and Steel Reef. All these proposals are pretty time intensive and capital intensive just due to the nature of where we're located relative to their existing systems. So the proposals that we got ranged from 40 to, I have 70 million on here, but it was over 90 million plus in terms of capital, and all combined, and all they had gas, like low pressure gas gathering, compressor station builds or expansions, and then also some potential like refrigeration or actual like plant expansions. We did receive proposals as early as April of 2025, and we were kind of working through multiple options with different counterparties throughout the year. The kind of early one did kind of fall apart on us, but we were able to come up with a really good creative solution with the Steel Reef team. And at this time, we've executed a GPA with them and committed to a project that will capture and process our full volume forecast from our field. And so they're here with us to kind of go through that project. But we think it's a really good project. It's going to provide a additional kind of outlet for this part of the basin as well. We know they endeavor to gather third party, or from our perspective, other operators' volumes into their system as well.
So we think it's a good project. The key issue with these kind of projects is that they're complex, and the build timeline for this is around 18 months. And so really what we're asking for is throughout that build time period that we're able to continue to operate, continue to build our gas volumes, because we're committing a significant amount of capital to this project in conjunction with them. And then obviously we're also committing to a volume commitment based on a profile once that project comes online.
So you've been working hard to find a solution, correct?
And we found one.
And yes, and you're going to share that with us here today.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go on to the next exhibit then. I think you're going to discuss.
So what we're going to discuss now is, so we have the full term, the full solution in place, and Jacob's going to go through kind of what our kind of bridge solutions are with our temporary gas gathering.
Sorry about that. Can you state your name for the record, or has he been sworn?
No, do you want questions from the staff?
Oh, I'm sorry. Got a little ahead of myself.
That's right. Any questions from the staff? Okay, so I'm calling now Jacob Ness.
Correct.
Mr. Ness, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Jacob, state your name for the record, please.
My name is Jacob Ness,
And by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources.
In what capacity?
I'm our North Dakota production manager.
Have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
I did.
Okay. Offer the further testimony as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Jacob, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. I think it's E4.
E5.
E5? Okay, I'm sorry about that.
So, yeah, E5 shows a map of our infrastructure that we've installed to date. In the map, you can see a pink line located through connecting our well pads. That is our gas gathering line, and then the red star is our central processing facility that we call the Stout GPF. Coda's made significant investment in putting in all this infield gathering and a centralized processing facility as an interim solution that really set up the asset for a future connection and made for a seamless transition to a third-party midstream. We've installed over 17 miles of low-pressure gas gathering. It cost us over $6 million to put that in. We did expand it in 2025. We added 2 miles to the system, expanding it to the east and west. And then we've also spent over $6 million at our central processing facility, which currently has roughly 6 million a day nameplate capacity. And on that site, we currently have a combination of NGL stripping with valence and then power generation for crypto and cloud computing with NIDIG, formerly known as Crusoe. This site is also, again, going to serve as a key piece for us with our third-party takeaway. It's going to be where we are going to build a $10 million compressor station. This will take gas from our low-pressure gas and boost it into the Steel Reef pipeline. The target in-service date for this station is September of 2027. Coda, over the past year, has also added additional mobile capture across the field. We've added 5 million a day with NIDIG and Torrent units. These units were commissioned here in Q1 of 2026. With those units, it increased our mobile capture capacity from 6 to 11 million. And then Coda, we also continue to use fuel gas generators to power all of our well site facilities and artificial lift equipment. And then we will continue to deploy additional gas capture equipment on our delineation pads that are not connected to the gathering system when possible.
Okay, then let's go on then to the next exhibit. Go to exhibit 6.
Yep, exhibit 6 here shows this plot shows our gas capture percentage along with our gas sales, fuel, gas flare rates. These are daily rates shown on the plot here. And then we also have highlighted our mobile capture capacity and how it's increased over time with a jump here in Q1 showing that we're up to 11 million a day of mobile capture. And then I'll talk about briefly what we have circled there. But CODA is currently achieving 50 to 55% gas capture through the use of our low pressure gathering system and the mobile systems we've deployed, along with our on-site power generation. That capture will increase to 65 to 70% here in Q2 of 2026 with those additional units that we deployed in Q1. Our mobile solution reliability and uptime has been challenging, and especially continues to be challenging in the winter time. We still struggle to get the full nameplate capacity out of these units. Challenges that we see are just the reliability of the equipment, road restrictions, freezes, weather, all that is hard to navigate with these types of units. And then the economics of these mobile solutions we've seen them to be neutral or slightly negative. And then like I mentioned, I wanted to touch on what we have circled there on the plot. Our drop in gas capture percentage in mid-2025 was associated with us trying to maintain available gas for commitment to third-party midstream contract. And then that in conjunction was also with determining the project scope of these contracts and the timelines of the mobile contracts. So we, in 2025, as Jake mentioned, had a proposal given to us that indicated we could have a gas takeaway solution in place in mid-2026. And our challenge with that was trying to make sure that we had the gas volumes available that were required by the MVC commitment associated with that proposal. And at that time, the mobile solution contracts were minimum 24 months, so it was not aligning with our start date of a potential third-party takeaway solution. But as 2025 went on, and we worked further with that midstream company on their proposal, it did fall apart as they realized with the growth in their existing infrastructure, they were not going to have capacity for our volumes, and came to us with a new proposal with higher cost and longer timelines. And around that time, like Jake mentioned, we began to talk to Steel Reef. They came forward with a good solution, one that we saw that could be feasible and agreed with their timelines. So then we again revisited all our mobile solution partners, and also with the decrease in drilling activity, their contract term lengths softened. They became a little more willing to negotiate to some shorter term lengths. So we were able to secure mobile solutions that had 12 to 20 month terms versus the 24-month terms that we were seeing.
I don't have any further questions of this witness.
Any questions from the staff?
Maybe I'll wait, but I just wanted to make sure. Is Steel Reef gonna go over the capacities and stuff?
Correct.
That? Okay. Yep. I'll wait then.
Jake, it's good to hear that this project moving forward. The build timeline is 18 months. What's the start date for that?
We've already started the regulatory and engineering has began on both sides.
So that include you had an in-service date of what? Fall 2027?
September of 2027.
And Lyndon's here with Steel Reef. He's their project engineer. So
he'll go over his
in
timelines.
detail.
Yep.
Okay, and then I'll wait for the volumes.
But yes, they've already started their feed study on their side, and that's largely complete. They've gotten cost estimates and are moving forward with their planning and engineering. And then similar on our side, we're conducting our feed study for our compressor station and are moving forward with it as well.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Geldreich, please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Lyndon, would you state your full name, please?
Lyndon Geldreich,
And Lyndon, by whom are you employed?
Steel Reef Infrastructure Corp.
In what capacity?
I'm a development engineer with them.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have not.
What I'd like you to do, Lyndon, is briefly highlight for the examiner and the commission staff your educational background and work experience.
Sure.
I have a BSc in chemical engineering from the University of Saskatchewan. 15 years of industry experience. 10 of those were at an engineering consulting firm, kind of doing pipeline and facilities projects. The last 5 have been with Steel Reef, 2 years there in operations, and then 3 years in my current role as a development engineer, which is front-end scoping and estimating on all of our projects in the U.S.
And have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant engineering matters concerning this Coda/Steel Reef gas capture project?
I have.
And were you involved in or assisted in the preparation of some exhibits that you intend to sponsor?
Yes.
Have you satisfied yourself as to the accuracy of those exhibits?
Yes.
I'd offer the further testimony as witness out of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Lyndon, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. I believe it's Exhibit 7, correct?
Yes.
Let's go to Exhibit 7. What I'd like you to do is first identify it, name it, tell us what it is, and then briefly describe what's contained in it.
Yeah, sure. This is the Coda Steel Reef gas capture project, we're calling it. In this exhibit, it's basically kind of a summary of the project that we are looking at doing with Coda. And I'll just have a quick run through of kind of what's in it. Steel Reef is a Canadian-based flare gas capture company. We have infrastructure in Saskatchewan and North Dakota. The plan for these Coda volumes is basically to take the volumes from their central receipt point, and we're going to pipeline them through about 30 miles of gathering infrastructure into a cross-border pipeline. The cross-border pipeline will run from North Dakota into southern Saskatchewan. The length is going to be about 3.5 miles of that, and it will go into our Flat Lake gas plant. The Flat Lake gas plant currently exists, but we are building substantial new infrastructure in order to accept these Coda volumes. It's basically a full twin out of the existing Flat Lake gas plant. The equipment is listed at the bottom of the page there. That's basically a full gas plant, but we are realizing some efficiencies with the existing gas plant.
And I think Jake touched on the timing of this. Can you just tell us, in your view, what is the timing between, what is the timing for when you'll have the pipeline connected and running gas into the plant?
I think that's on Exhibit 8. We have some schedules.
Okay, we can just wait then. And then the blue outline just is one of the fields in the area, which is, I think, Danville, and the green area is the Fertile Valley field. Is that correct?
Yes.
And those would be the 2 fields that you're going to be gathering gas from and transporting it to your plant. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's go to the next exhibit, Exhibit 8. Tell us what that is. I'm sorry I got ahead of myself.
It just runs through the capacity. Right now, Coda is planning to supply us with volumes of up to 20 million in gas. We are designing the Flat Lake expansion in order to process that 20 million of gas. The pipeline infrastructure that we're building would probably have some white space on it, just due to the nature of how pipelines are built. The capital cost of the total project is about 75 million or 76 million dollars, and there's a cash contribution from Coda of $26.5 million. And there's a 5-year MPC commitment that basically underwrites the full investment. Below are the schedules. Won't go into too much detail. It basically shows in-service date of September 30th of 2027. The cross-border segment is not the limiting part of the project. That finishes about Q2 of 2027, and the longest part of the project is our build-out at Flat Lake, which we're anticipating being online in Q3 of 2027. Below that, we just kind of showed the catchment area in which this infrastructure is based. So these are other producers in the area that are not Coda. Just kind of show that at some point, if there exists white space on our system, we could possibly fill it with gas from other producers as well.
Have you had any discussions with any of these other operators that you have listed under the catchment area at this point in time as to whether they may be able to commit some gas to your pipeline?
We have not, but it's mostly based on the fact that we're expecting the full capacity initially to be used up by CODA.
But you're certainly not going to keep it secret. And if you have capacity and people come to you, you're going to try to service them.
Correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. I'd offer each one of the exhibits that was identified by the witnesses.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
You said the border crossing is going to be a new one. You're not going to tie into your existing one that shoots over to that plant.
We don't have any existing ones at that plant, so we do have some further to the east. We have a cross-border line which runs into a different steel reef plant, which is our North Portal plant.
Do you anticipate any issues getting federal permitting for that?
No, we have had preliminary discussions with both regulators on both sides of the border, the CER in Canada and FERC, and we're kind of relying on the timelines that were relayed to us, I guess. So permitting in place early 2027 and build out of a couple months is what our schedule shows there in Exhibit 8.
I think you guys have received a presidential permit for a cross-border pipeline in this administration already.
We have two of them existing. One's gas and one's an NGL line.
CODA, what does CODA currently produce per day for gas?
It's around 15 million.
15, and you guys process what, about 10?
Yes.
Or 8
Yeah.
with efficiency issues?
Yeah.
Your intended growth for wells, I'm assuming that's going to increase.
Yeah.
So with this connection, you don't with only the 20 million per day, you anticipate being able to capture over 91%.
Yes. Yep. We believe. I think that the 20 million. I think is a little on the low side. We're thinking that the project will likely go up to kind of the 23, 24, 25 million a day, which is sufficient for our forecasted volume growth at this time.
Any anticipated slowdowns in the project to where it's going to push you into 2028?
It's always possible. I mean, we're going off of kind of what we're getting from vendors and what London is getting back from their counterparties. So I mean, these projects can always have hang-ups. A lot of it's on the procurement side, which they're kind of. I mean, that's what you guys are working on right now, and that's the biggest, longest lead time items are procurement. So over the next several months, we should have a better feel for deliveries.
Is CODA going to continue looking at other solutions during this project time, as far as you're adding more wells, gas capture might start decreasing, you're going to continue bringing in mobile units?
Yes. So as long as, what Jake was kind of alluding to before was our drop in 25 was because we were kind of preparing to commit to a different solution with a shorter timeline, and then we need the volumes for the MVC for that project. That fell apart. Now that we have a firm timeline with this, so we've already committed to the 5 million a day, and then we're exploring other options to increase it further to capture as much as we can. We just can't end up with too much like overlapping commitment, right? Because once this project comes online, the rest of that kind of capital, so like the rest of that $50 million we're committed to through an MVC over the 5-year period.
That's what I got for right now.
Okay. Does CODA plan on adding gas gathering systems in the Daneville field down to their central facility?
Yes. So to date, we've really been delineating that area. As we go up and drill full spacing packages, we'll build out the low pressure gathering. And so really the plan is our CRP is going to be the single point of delivery to Steel Reef, and we'll build out all the low pressure infrastructure north, south, and west.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm excited to hear that there's some solutions coming to the northwest corner of the state. So thanks. What volume of gas can you move through that line? Is it, and then the construction, is it steel? What's the material?
Yeah, so it will be a steel line. We are building 8-inch is the current plan. Obviously, capacity is dependent on compression, but probably the line could move about double of this number that's 20, so capacity up to 40 to kind of guess where the limitations of the line would be. We're building a 600 ANSI line, so 1440 pounds delivery pressure, of which, you know, Coda won't deliver to that us at that initially. So that's, you know, where you're keeping the white spacing in your line is by increasing the pressure on it.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 32694. Case number 32695. Application of Coda Resources Operating LLC for an order for the Fertile Valley Bakken Pool Divide County, North Dakota, to create and establish two overlapping 4,800 acre spacing units comprised of sections 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 16, 17, and 18, and sections 19, 20, 21, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33, Township 160 North, Range 103 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between the existing spacing units of each proposed overlapping 4,800 spacing unit, and such further relief as appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
So was that 32695?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing this matter on behalf of Coda Resources Operating LLC.
Okay, who is your first witness?
First witness is either Jason or Allie. I don't know.
I think it's Allie. They should be calling in.
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Schuster?
Can you hear us, Allie?
We can't hear you.
Can you hear us, Allie? Can you call her?
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess they can't see me, so.
You guys have in the past, if you just use your individual laptop, that might sufficient to get us through the.
Hey, Allie.
I think we are connected now.
Now we're double.
Yep, you are.
That cell phone did great thing.
Ms.
Sorry
Schuster,
about that.
Ms. Schuster,
Yes,
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Allie, can you state your full name for the record, please?
Yes, it's Allie Schuster,
And Allie, by whom are you employed?
Coda Resources,
In what capacity?
as a landman.
And in that capacity, you've had the opportunity to testify before the commission previously, have you not?
Yes, I have.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
I'll offer the further testimony of this witness out of an expert.
Motion granted.
Allie, I've distributed to the commission staff a packet of exhibits for case 32695. I'm going to have you turn to that packet. I assume you have one in front of you. And let's start with exhibit L1. Tell us what exhibit L1 is and then briefly describe what's contained upon it.
Exhibit L1 is the regional locator map with showing the area that's the subject of today's case. You can see the Divide Williams County border right here, and then the area of interest where our acreage is.
And L2.
Exhibit L2 is a location map showing the area for today's application. We've got the Fertile Valley field outline, and we've got our two proposed 480-acre line well spacing units. Within that, we're also showing the existing 280-acre spacing units and 1920 spacing units for today's application.
Okay, and then L3.
Exhibit L3 is showing the first 480-acre application line well spacing unit covering sections 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 16, 17, and 18 of 160-103. You can see our existing 280-acre spacing unit on the west side of this proposed line well is our working interest in sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, and 18 is 95.72%. And our existing working interest in the existing 1920 located in sections 4, 9, and 16 is 81.77%. And then our total working interest in the proposed line well unit is 90.16%.
Okay, and then let's go to L4.
Exhibit L4 shows the proposed 480-acre spacing unit in Township 160 North, Range 103 West, covering sections 19, 20, 21, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33. The existing DSU, the 2,800-acre DSU in sections 19, 20, 29, 30, 31, and 32. Our working interest is 82.5%. And our working interest in the existing 1920 in sections 21, 28, and 33 is 94.63%. And our proposed working interest in the line well in the 4,800 acre spacing unit is 86.1 or 0.01.
No further questions of the land witness.
Any questions from the staff? Ms. Pfeiffer,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Kathleen, state your full name for the record, please.
Kathleen Pfeiffer.
And Kathleen, by whom are you employed?
Coda Resources.
In what capacity?
As a geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
I'd offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Kathleen, let's go to G1. Identify Exhibit G1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
G1 is a structure map on the middle Bakken member of the Bakken Formation. The contour interval is 50 feet. It is in subsea TVD, and it's showing that as you move to the south-southeast, you're becoming deeper, and as you move to the north-northwest, it's becoming shallower. The type logs that are shown in the cross-section on the next exhibit are annotated in 8A prime, and then the different acreage spacing units are also annotated that match Allie's previous exhibits.
G2?
G2 is our type log showing the bottom part of the lodgepole down through the bird bear, and it's a quad combo on 2 wells, and we target the middle Bakken.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Jake, let's go to E1.
Yep. So E1 shows our existing layout with our approved 5 wells in the eastern 1920, our approved, I believe it's 7 wells in the western 2,800 acre spacing unit, showing the overlapping proposed 4,800 acre spacing unit and our proposed middle Bakken line well in green.
And E2.
E2 very similar to E1. It's just kind of a mirror image on the same setup to the south. We have our approved 5 wells in the eastern unit, our approved 7 wells in the western unit, and then our proposed 4,800 acre line well in green in the center.
Okay, and then let's go to E3.
E3 is our typical middle Bakken type well diagram, showing our 4.5-inch tieback liner and our roughly 100 planned plug and perf stages.
And E4.
E4 shows the reservoir properties in this area. Middle Bakken thickness is around 55 feet with reasonable saturations. Upper Three Forks also saturated. We include both of those in our oil in place estimates for the area. I'm showing volumetrics with the kind of sum total of all the wells within the entire 4,800 acre spacing unit, as well as just the volumetrics on the line well area itself. They're both right around 15% recovery factor.
And E5.
E5 just shows our typical middle Bakken kind of type well economics. Estimate an initial rate of around 750 barrels a day, and then declining from there. We run just a flat $70 price deck. We're showing a reasonable IRR and payout of around 45% in 14 months.
And then, E6, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Jake, my apologies if I might have missed it, but when you were going through your exhibits, did you indicate which pad the proposed lease line wells would be coming off of?
Yeah, so if we go back to E1, the lease line well will come off of the kind of eastern of those two blue locations into the line well unit, and then it'll be co-developed with the western unit as well.
So you plan to do all the additional drilling in the spacing units and the lease line at the same time?
We would at least a good portion of the western unit in conjunction with the lease line.
Okay. And then I guess I might have one additional question, probably for Allie. Allie, I guess maybe looking at, your L3 possibly. Since we have two different size spacing units as base spacing units under the overlapping spacing units, are you able to elaborate on how CODA anticipates doing the allocation?
We'll do the allocation based on the amount of acreage in each spacing unit and work with our attorneys to help make sure that we're properly allocating that across all parties to protect correlative rights.
Okay, thank you.
Allie, when's the planned development of these lands?
This is likely. This is likely late next year.
Okay. Thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 32695. This time we will break for lunch. We will resume at 1:15 p.m. We are back on the record. We'll resume with case number 32696. Application of Hunt Oil Company for an order for the Vanville Bakken Pool, Burke County, North Dakota, to create and establish two overlapping 2560-acre spacing units, comprised of sections 3, 10, 15, and 22, and sections 4, 9, 16, and 21, Township 159 North, Range 90 West. Authorized the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 wells in each proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit, and such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Before we get started with that, I have a request I want to make for the remainder of the day. Just that, especially for the land and geology exhibits, that the attorneys get the witnesses sworn in, introduce all of the exhibits, and then the testimony be very high level so we can get through more cases today. Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You can proceed. Oh, do you want me to call the witness?
No, I haven't. Have you read the case?
The Hunt case? I just read the Hunt case.
Okay. When Ashley, no, that's fine. I didn't know.
Okay.
So Lawrence Bender, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, 32696 on behalf of Hunt Oil Company, and we'll have 3 witnesses.
Ms. Cherry. They're muted.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Chelsea, would you state your name for the record, please?
Chelsea Cherry,
And by whom are you employed?
Hunt Oil Company,
What capacity?
as a senior staff landman.
And have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Chelsea, let's turn to the packet of exhibits, and keeping in mind what Ashley advised, can you just identify Exhibit 1?
Yes, I did. Exhibit 1 is a regional location map of the Vanville field.
Okay, and Exhibit 2, very, very high level. What is that exhibit? What's contained on it?
Yep. Exhibit 2 shows our working interest in each unit and our proposed working interest in our 2560s that we're requesting. And our working interest in one of those 2560s is 31.39%, and the other one is 49.48%.
Okay, thank you. No further questions of the land witness.
Any questions from the staff? Ms. Watkins,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Kathleen, state your name for the record.
Kathleen Watkins,
And Kathleen, by whom are you employed?
Hunt Oil Company,
What capacity?
geologist.
You've testified before the commission previously.
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Probably thinking, if I'm not going to be able to testify, why do I have to be qualified as an expert? Kathleen, let's go to Exhibit 3 at a very, very high level. First, identify that exhibit and then indicate why it's being offered.
Exhibit 3 is a structure map of the top of the Bakken Formation. The middle Bakken wells are highlighted in blue and Three Forks wells are highlighted in red. And it shows our proposed 2560-acre units and the type log for Vanville Field.
Okay, and then let's go to Exhibit 4. Once again, very briefly, high level, what is Exhibit 4?
Exhibit 4 is a type log for the Vanville Field. The Vanville Bakken Pool is defined as 50 feet above the top of the Bakken Formation to 50 feet below the top of the Three Forks Formation. The Middle Bakken and Three Forks Reservoir are highlighted in yellow, and the Upper Bakken Shale and the Lower Bakken Shale are highlighted in gray. Top of the Vanville Bakken Pool is in a black dash line, and the base of the Vanville Bakken Pool is in a black dash line.
No questions.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Goff,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Zach, state your name.
Zachary Goff,
And by whom are you employed?
Hunt Oil Company,
In what capacity?
the reservoir engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Zach, I'm going to ask you to do the same thing. Let's just go through this at a very high level. If there's things that you don't cover, the commission can ask. Go to Exhibit 5. Tell me what that is.
Absolutely. So Exhibit 5 is just a map of the proposed 2560 acre spacing units, showing some of the existing spacing units therein. And really the focus there is on the proposed wells that are in red in the proposed unit and the red dashed lines.
Okay, and Exhibit 6?
Exhibit 6, again, very high level. This is a typical wellbore schematic for what we'd be doing in the Bakken. 7-inch intermediate casing and a 4.5 liners current plan.
Okay, and Exhibit 7?
So Exhibit 7, I'll go into a little bit more detail here. This is typical Middle Bakken reservoir, estimated reservoir properties, reserves, and economics. And really what we're showing here is the delta between 15,000 foot development and 20,000 foot lateral development. You can see that we've got an appreciable increase in estimated recoverable oil from 594 MBO in a 15,000 footer to almost 800 MBO in the 20,000 footer. And really on the economic front, we're going to garner an increase in the economics here, moving to 4 mile development. So pushing your undiscounted net revenue from approximately 15 million to 22, your 10% discount factor or PV10 from 7.6 to 10.9, and your rate of return bumps up from 62 to 68. And so all the economics that we're presenting here, we're running at 100% working interest, 80% NRI, and $65 barrel, $2.50 an M flat realized pricing.
Okay, and Exhibit 8, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes, it is.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it should.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Just quickly, I think you alluded to this. It appears that Hunt established the original 1920s in this area, and are you looking to move to now the 4 mile development? So can those 1920s be terminated?
Yes. Yeah, sorry. Chelsea would better answer that, but I believe that's correct.
And Zach, just to confirm your target for the proposed wells?
The Middle Bakken.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 32696.
Thank you all.
Case number 32697. Application of Formentera Operations LLC. This matter has been continued to our April hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 32697. Case number 32698. Application of EOG Resources Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the partial Bakken pool, Montreal County, North Dakota, as follows. 1. Create and establish 2 overlapping 1920 acre spacing units comprised of Section 33, Township 153 North, Range 89 West, and Sections 5 and 6. Township 152 North, Range 89 West, and Sections 33 and 34. Township 153 North, Range 89 West, and Section 5. Township 152 North, Range 89 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on each proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit. And 2. Create and establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit comprised of Sections 33 and 34, Township 153 North, Range 89 West, and Sections 5 and 6, Township 152 North, Range 89 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on said proposed overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit, and or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter. It's number 32698 on behalf of EOG.
Ms. Morgan,
Yes.
Do solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Anna, we're going to try to move along relatively quickly on the land and the geology, so bear that in mind when we discuss the exhibits. Would you state your name for the record?
Anna Morgan,
And Anna, by whom are you employed?
EOG Resources Incorporated,
What capacity?
Land Advisor.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Anna, very briefly, L1.
L1 is a regional location map showing the outline of the partial Bakken pool within North Dakota.
L2.
L2 is an area location map zoomed in on the partial Bakken pool showing our 3 requested DSUs outlined in blue, green, and purple.
L3.
L3 is a zoomed in map showing our 3 requested DSUs. The 1920, first 1920 is outlined in blue, second 1920 is outlined in green, and the 2560 is outlined in purple. EOG has 43.54% working interest in the blue unit, 62.83% working interest in the green, and 59.37% in the purple.
And then exhibit L4.
L4 shows the 3 requested spacing units and our working interest along with the underlying spacing units in here. Sections 5 and 6 were each, the base unit were 640 acres, and sections 33 and 34 were originally spaced as a 1280.
And in those situations where you have less than a majority interest in the proposed spacing unit, will EOG have negotiations with the other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator?
Yes, we will.
No further questions of the land witness.
Any questions from the staff?
Anna, the spacing units where you're not bringing in the entirety of the underlying spacing unit, can you give us an idea how you intend to allocate?
Yes, we will allocate proportionate shares to the base underlying pooled units. So for example, in the blue unit, we will allocate 1/3 to section 5, 1/3 to section 6, and 1/3 to sections 33 and 34 together. In the green 1920, we'll allocate 1/3 to section 5 and 2/3 to sections 33 and 34. And then in the purple 2560, we'll allocate 1/4 to section 5, 1/4 to section 6, and 1/2 to sections 33 and 34.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ship, please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
John, state your name for the record.
John Michael Schmidt,
And John, by whom are you employed?
EOG Resources,
Capacity?
as a senior geological engineer.
And you've testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
John, let's go to the next exhibit.
G1.
G1, very briefly.
G1 reservoir structure map showing the 3 overlapping units, the 3 wells we're proposing, in one in each unit, and the existing wells, one 2-mile lateral in 33 and 34, and one in 5 and 6. And then the Shell Creek 1-1 well is our type log, and it's shown next on G2.
Okay, discuss G2 very briefly.
G2 just shows that type log showing that the Middle Bakken is present, and obviously from the previous page has been drilled in the area.
Okay, then let's go to E1. Can you very briefly discuss E1?
E1 is just what we're asking for, 1 well in each of the 1920. 1 well, we're proposing a Bakken well in each of the 1920s, and 1 Bakken well in the 2560.
E2.
E2 then just shows our proposed well pass, the blue well for the blue unit for one of the 1920s. E3 then shows the green well, which is the other 1920, and it will have 1 well crossing as we get out towards the east side of section 34. The west side of section 34 will be going under the heel of that patent 3-1-3334 well. And then E4 then shows the 2560 unit with the well that's proposed for that. And again, no well crossings, and that's the well path we're proposing.
Okay, E5.
E5 just shows the wine rack view of it. We're planning on putting them all in the middle Bakken, and just kind of the spacing is going to be about 1,400 to 1,700 foot interwell distance between Bakken wells.
And E6.
E6 is our current completion design and wellbore diagram for cemented lateral. For the 15,900 foot laterals, going to be about 68 to 72 stages. For the 11,500 foot lateral, 50 to 54 stages.
E7.
Reservoir properties for the Bakken pool. It gets us down to the oil in place numbers at the bottom, and then those go into the next page where we tell how much of the oil or the EURs constitute the oil in place.
Okay, E8.
E8 then shows the a summary for the 11,500 foot case, which is the blue unit. We would have a EUR about 648,000 barrels, and a Three Forks well. We looked at the Three Forks. We were not planning on drilling the Three Forks because it's, at our opinion, uneconomic, and the Three Forks in the area hasn't been productive and economic. So we're only proposing one well in this case. Going down through the numbers, you end up with a severance tax on that one well of 1.3 million, operating costs of 3.6 million, net income 8 million, investment of 7 million for just over 1.05. And I know that's really low on our economics, but as a package, we're looking at it as a package, and it's an economic package.
E9.
E9 then shows one of the 15,500 foot case wells. Again, the EUR is a little bit higher here, obviously showing that drilling the longer wells is more economic. 873,000 barrels for the EUR for this well. Same metrics, going through the same metrics. All of these were analyzed at a $55 barrel oil, $10 per barrel NGL, and 1.5 or $1.50 MCF gas. And so get down to the bottom. This is a one well case over on the far right, and we have a return on investment of about 2.1, and free cash flow of 9.8 million.
Okay, and then E10.
E10 then shows the other 1,500 foot case, and the return on investment is a little bit different on each one because of the different working interest in NRI in each of the units. But this one's at 1.95 with 8.5 million undiscounted cash flow.
Okay, and GC1, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
It is.
Will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
I believe it will.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
John, the economic difference, or the, I guess, productivity difference is what I really want to get at, that you get between your two 1920 cases.
Mm-hmm.
Realizing it's a footage difference. Is it all based on the footage of the lateral?
Pretty much, because that's what all my metrics are based on. A price per foot metric on drilling and completion. Yeah.
And the productivity of the well. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, adding to that, John, just so I know you guys are running your econ on $55 a barrel. Is that
that's what that's what it was when I was preparing, okay. And that's we tend to go conservative on it to make sure they're an economic project, even at lower oil prices.
And then I guess on G1, that's a Hunt operated well in the north part of that.
It is an Anakin. We did a trade with Hunt to obtain that operatorship of that.
We obtained their working interest within the DSU, and they retained operations of that well.
of that well. And so, is that well a Bakken well?
Yes.
And then the interaction between the two looks to be quite close, especially for the first half, I guess.
We'll put that right up. I think their well is about at between 1,500 and 1,300 from the north line. We'll put ours right up on the north at the 500 foot.
So it'll be 700-800 feet.
Yeah.
Apart. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 32698. Case number 32699, application of EOG Resources, Inc. for an order for the Clearwater Bakken Pool and or Ross Bakken Pool, Montreal County, North Dakota as follows. 1. Create and establish one overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit comprised of section 7, 18, 19, and 30, township 157 north, range 90 west, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 wells in said proposed overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit. And 2. Create and establish an overlapping 3,200 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 18, 19, and 30, township 157 north, range 90 west, and sections 24 and 25, township 157 north, range 91 west, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 2 wells on said proposed overlapping 3,200 acre spacing unit, and such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case 32699 on behalf of EOG Resources, Inc. We'll have 2 witnesses.
Mr. Fry, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Austin, by whom are you employed?
EOG Resources,
What capacity?
land specialist.
In that capacity, you've testified before the commission previously.
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
Offer the further testimony of this witness as that of an expert.
Great.
Austin, L1, keeping in mind to be...
Yes, sir. Regional located L1 is a regional locator map showing the applicable pools in relation to the state of North Dakota.
L2.
L2 is an area locator map that zooms in, still shows the 2 applicable pools, but also introduces the 2560 and 3,200 acre spacing unit we are proposing here.
L3.
L3 is the existing spacing units in relation in the area that we're applying for overlapping spacing units, along with our working interest associated with each one of those existing spacing units.
L4.
L4 shows the proposed 2560 spacing unit and the proposed 3,200 acre spacing unit. I will note here that we will have allocation in these 2 units. The 2560 will allocate additionally to section 25 via section 30. So they will receive 1/2 of the 25% attributable to section 30. And then in the 3,200 acre spacing unit, section 7 will be allocated 1/2 of the 1/5 attributable to section 18.
No further questions of the land witness.
Questions from the staff? You can proceed.
John, G1.
G1 is a reservoir structure map, Bakken reservoir structure map on top of the Middle Bakken. Subsea numbers there showing Middle Bakken's present at about 6,700 feet subsea, dipping to the southwest. And then the existing wells in the unit, all of them being Bakken except the 1 and 17, which is a Three Forks well.
G2.
G2 then shows that Clearwater pilot hole. I will address that it's a little bit farther up dip and away than usual, but that's the only pilot hole in the area that goes all the way through that we had. So I just wanted to make sure I had a complete section in there. And G2 then just shows that the Middle Bakken is present along with Three Forks in the area.
Okay, let's go to the engineering exhibits. E1, let's be brief.
E1, just for the 2560, we're proposing 2 wells. For the 3200, we're proposing 4 wells.
E2.
E2 then shows for that 2560 that we're proposing essentially 2 4-mile wells, 19,000 foot wells. At one time, one of the reasons we went with 2 DSUs here is because we were planning at the time, originally, to have this be 2 separate timestamps. These drilled at 2 separate timestamps. They have on off 2 different pads. We are now planning on drilling them all 6 at the same time, and they are on our rig schedule for July spud, for which we request an expedited order. But they're all 6 will be drilled at the same time.
Okay, let's go to E3.
E3 then shows the well pass. What we're proposing for the 3,200 acre spacing unit. You'll note that the well in the middle, we're calling it a J well, does wrap around the end of the James Hill 5-24. We are drilling those. The dogleg severity on those is pretty lazy, if you will. We have a 5 degree dogleg severity on those. We're staying approximately 1,000 feet on either side of that James Hill 5-24 well, except at the toe where we're curving around and going back the other way. We will, because that well was drilled right up to the 500-foot hard line, we will, and we didn't want to do a well crossing if we could avoid it. We will dip into the 500-foot setback, but we would propose that none of the that lateral be completed in that segment, if you will. We went with, it's pretty broad there at the end because we went with 5 degree dogleg severities. There's a possibility that we could feel more comfortable doing a tighter bend and have less exposed over that 500-foot setback. So we're still working through that, seeing where our drilling team is comfortable with the dogleg severities in that lateral. And then I think that's it for E3.
Go to E4.
E4, just the wine rack showing our proposed wells in relation to the existing wells. Some of those, there will be well crossings, several well crossings, in particular of those 2 east-west wells in section 25 and 30. All those wells will cross them, those 2, and we have geosteering and are pretty confident with our anti-collision, being able to duck down. Our preference is to go down below the gamma ray marker, or down below those wells, knowing after touching the gamma ray marker and knowing how deep we have to go. So we're prepared for that anti-collision and those well crossings.
E5.
E5 then shows our proposed completion design with 54 to 58 stages for a 12,800 foot lateral, 69 to 73 for a 16,000 foot lateral, and 85 to 89 for a 19,700 foot lateral, and cemented liners on all.
Okay, E6.
E6, reservoir properties, to which we get to the oil in place numbers, or where we get potential oil in place numbers, and then E7 goes into the 25-60 acre case, showing that 1 Bakken well would be about 1,093,000 barrels. 3 Forks well, which we ran the economics on, 7.48. The project, or that spacing unit with the 2 wells, would be end up being a 2.1 million barrel project. And then going down through all the metrics on the project, severance tax of $7 million, operating costs of $7,200, net income of $52 million, and then return on investment 2.56, and undiscounted cash flow of $32 million.
And Exhibit GC1, gas capture affidavit that the Commission typically requires in these sorts of matters.
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
John, looking at your, I guess, one comment on both E2 and E3.
Uh-huh.
Your cross section isn't on Exhibit 5; it's on Exhibit 4. Correct?
Yes, I apologize. Yes,
no worries.
I added a yes.
Then looking at E3, the easternmost well that you have depicted on the 3,200 acre spacing unit, is there any reason you didn't propose that on a 1920 of 18, 19, and 30?
The plan was to drill them, the two wells to the east as a package, and the four wells to the west as a package. So we were including them all as one unit at the time. That was our thinking.
If the commission determined that it wasn't appropriate to have that particular well on a 3,200, but it then fit on a 1,900, and we could issue that order, would that suffice for what EOG plans to do here?
I would say yes.
Oh, how we pulled that back to stay out of that. So it may be.
Go ahead.
An alternative there may be that we could extend that into section 7 and include it in the spacing order for the 2560. That well is stopped short of that section line. You start to get into some tightness with the existing well bore, but I think yes, either to pull it back and stay short of the 500-foot line, or to extend it and include it in the 2560 would be.
So I guess what I'll do is I'll ask for a revised exhibit for just that well.
Okay.
And how you ultimately plan to drill it and where you plan to TD it.
Okay.
And I guess the commission will evaluate what it appears to be the appropriate spacing unit for that well.
Okay. Yeah, at the time we were planning on, we wanted. I'll just walk through it. When we were going to do it as a package of 4 and a package of 2, we didn't want to have the well close if we were going to do that at a later timestamp, i.e. drill that eastern blue well with the 2 in the stand up 2560. We didn't want to have to try and clean out. We were worried about being able to clean out the U well. So that's why we included it with that. And then obviously we were looking at unit size, and we didn't want to get too big of a unit on the first 4 wells. So that's why we had stopped it. So yes, if with drilling them all, it's the same timestamp now. I think there might be an alternative for either a separate unit for that well, or grouping it with the other 2 wells.
Yeah, I think we just need to know how you plan to ultimately drill it.
Okay. Thank you.
Either one of them seems to make sense, but
okay.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question? I know it's an odd one, but if you take that well out of the 3,200 acre spacing unit, the remaining 3 wells, I think, would then become a question about the spacing unit size for those 3. And so I'm going to follow up and ask you, do you want to see... Sorry, I know that's odd.
That's an appropriate question, and it would have been discussed, but I don't know how to answer it right now.
Right. Okay.
Considering that 18 maybe doesn't belong with
if you pull 18 out, and then you only have that little portion of the J well that comes around, and so I want to make sure we answer all your questions and get.
Well, and that doesn't go into 18.
I'm going to amend my request. Provide instead of just a single well or single exhibit showing that one well, show us an alternative development scenario on here where that well was either on the 1920 or on the 2560, including section 7, and then what you would ultimately end up with for a spacing unit on 24, 25, and 30.
Okay.
And how those wells would be drilled in that scenario.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is April
Hold
2nd. Oh, okay.
Sorry. So just looking at the overall spacing in the area, this leaves 36, the west half of 3 and the east half of 4 as a 1280 for development. It appears that it is operated currently by Hess. Can you just speak to the economics of 2-mile development in the area and maybe alternative options to develop that economically?
We would still drill 2-mile wells. They're still economic. we will have some, if you look on G1 along that southern line, we have some other infills that we're going to do. You could also do a 2 mile or 4 mile U well down to up to, which we're considering for some of the infills amongst our acreage. And so, yes, I think the 2 mile, leaving that as a 1280 doesn't encumber development in the area. Thank you.
April 2nd, March, that one?
That works.
Will remain open in this case until April 2nd. That concludes the hearing for case number 32699.
Thank you.
Case number 32700, an application of Valkyrie Operating LLC. This case has been continued to our April hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32700. Case number 32701, application of Valkyrie Operating LLC. This case has been continued to our April hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32701. Case number 32702, application of Valkyrie Operating LLC. This case has been continued to our April hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32702. Case number 32514, application of Valkyrie Operating LLC. This case has been continued to our April hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32514. Case number 32703, application of Rockport Energy Solutions LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Ranch Coulee Bakken Pool, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 13, 24, and 25, Township 146 North, Range 98 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 wells in said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit and such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender of Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case 32703, on behalf of Rockport Energy Solutions LLC. We'll have 3 witnesses.
Mr. Guinness?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury in the testimony you're about to give in this matter, or any subsequent matter today, will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Jared, just a short instruction before we begin here. We're going to try to move through this pretty quickly, so I'm going to ask that you go through the exhibits very quickly and briefly. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. You state your name for the record.
Jared Gwines.
And Jared, by whom are you employed?
Rockport Energy Solutions.
In what capacity?
I'm the land manager.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have not.
What I'd like you to do is briefly highlight for the examiner and commission staff your educational background and work experience.
I have a business degree from St. Gregory's University, and I have 20 years of oil and gas land experience.
Okay. And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant land matters concerning the request of Rockport?
I have.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits you intend to sponsor?
I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness out of an expert.
Motion granted.
Jared, very brief. Well, let's turn to Exhibit 1. I'll have you identify Exhibit 1 and then just very briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Yeah, Exhibit 1 is a locator map. The exhibit is a township and range plat map of an area in Mackenzie County, North Dakota. It displays 146 North, 98 West, along with several surrounding townships.
Okay, Exhibit 2, once again, very briefly.
Exhibit 2 depicts northern offset development map. The exhibit plat map displayed vertical orientation depicting 5 continuous sections running north to south, 146, 98. And sections are section 1 and 12 at the top of the exhibit, followed by 13, 24, and 25 at the bottom.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Do you want me to go into the purpose, or is that good? What the exhibit shows?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. So the exhibit demonstrates the offset horizontal Bakken well development to the north of the case at hand. Specifically depicts the wellbore path with Continental Resources well, API number 33053-03002. It's the Brockmeyer 1-1H well.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 3.
Exhibit 3 depicts the southern offset development map. Similar plat map as Exhibit 2. It depicts 5 contiguous sections running from 146, 13, 24, and 25, and includes 36 of 146.98 and Section 1 of 145.98. This plat illustrates development directly to the south of the proposed overlapping unit, and it is depicting an Interplus Resources USA LK State A145-98-01364-1 well.
Okay, and then the next exhibit.
Exhibit 4 depicts the land plat. It's a schematic land plat for the proposed spacing unit covering sections 13, 24, and 25. The plat depicts the 3 sections in a north to south orientation. Section 13 is at the top, 24 is in the middle, and 25 is at the bottom. They're depicted in the yellow fill with a red border.
And shows rock. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. It shows ownership as well. Rockport Oil and Gas et al. At 70.20%. Lime Rock Resources at 16.67%. Others at 13.13% for a total of 100%.
Okay. And I apologize for interrupting you. Just trying to move things along here. So
sure.
Let's go to the next exhibit, then Exhibit 5.
Is it a different witness stuff?
I thought he was going to, Jared, I thought you were going to discuss Exhibit 5. Perhaps not.
I think that was Scott.
Okay.
Was it?
Okay. Well, I didn't think it was a geologic exhibit, so maybe we're taking them out of order. So that'll conclude our examination of the land witness.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Walker.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Can you state your full name for the record?
My name is David Davis Walker.
And David, by whom are you employed?
Rockport Energy Solutions.
What capacity?
I am the SVP of Exploration.
And are you a geologist?
I am.
And have you testified before the commission previously?
I have not.
What I'd like you to do is briefly highlight for the commission staff your educational background and work experience.
Yes, sir. I have a geology degree from Baylor University, and I've worked in the oil and gas space in all forms and fashions of the geologic profession for the last 18 years.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the geologic matters concerning this request?
Yes, sir.
Prepared some exhibits you intend to sponsor? Have you prepared some exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yes, sir.
Offer the further testimony of this witness out of an expert.
Motion grant.
Let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, Exhibit 6. I shouldn't say the next exhibit. Exhibit 6. Go to Exhibit 6. Tell me what Exhibit 6 is.
Exhibit 6 shows a structure map based on the top of the Bakken. This is a subsea structure map with contour intervals every 50 feet. It shows our subject unit here, sections 13, 24, and 25 of 146.98. It also shows the location of the type log well, the Dewhurst number 1, located about a mile to the west in section 15 of 146.98. It shows structure contours here showing that the unit in question extends from about negative 8,600 feet down to negative 8,550 feet.
Okay, let's move to Exhibit 7 and very briefly discuss what's contained in that exhibit.
Exhibit 7 is the type log, the Dewhurst number 1, located in section 15 of 146.98. The type log here shows gamma ray, resistivity, density, and porosity, neutron porosity logs. The formations shown here are the lodgepole, upper Bakken, middle Bakken, lower Bakken, Three Forks, and the Bird Bear. Target formation here being the middle Bakken.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Eads.
Sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
You're hard to hear, Scott. Can you speak up a bit?
Yes, sir.
There, much better. Thank you. By whom are you employed?
Rockport Energy Solutions.
In what capacity?
Reservoir engineer.
Have you testified before the commission previously?
I have not.
What I'd like you to do is briefly highlight for the examiner your educational background and work experience.
I have a BS in petroleum engineering from the University of Texas. I worked as a reservoir engineer for approximately 15 years. Probably 2/3 of that in the Bakken.
So in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the engineering matters concerning this request?
Yes.
And have you prepared some exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yes.
For the further testimony, this witness item an expert. Motion granted. Okay, Scott, I'm not sure how the exhibits got out of order. Perhaps I didn't look at them very carefully, but let's start with Exhibit 5. And what I'd like you to do is identify Exhibit 5 and then briefly discuss what's contained on that exhibit.
Yes, sir. Piggybacking on the land exhibits, this is sections 13, 24, 25 of 146-98, showing our surface location and 4 15,000-foot laterals.
Okay, then let's skip to Exhibit 8. Tell me what that exhibit is.
This is a planned wellbore diagram showing the 15,000-foot lateral. We're going to complete this well with 83 stages of frac, approximately 1,800 pounds per feet of sand and low 40s barrel per foot of water.
And Exhibit 9.
Exhibit 9 is the economics for these 4 wells, individual single well economics showing initial rate of approximately 30,000 barrels per month. Initial decline 78% with a 1.0 B factor, 600,000 barrels of oil, 800 million cubic feet of gas for a equivalent EUR of 730. I ran these economics at a flat price file for simplicity, since we're so volatile right now. $70 and $2.50 gas, $10.5 million to drill and complete the well, for a PV10 of $7.5 million and a 56% rate of return.
Okay, and then the last document, I don't know if it has an exhibit number on it. I don't spot it, so let's just give it an exhibit number of Exhibit 10. Is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes, sir.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Mr. Examiner, if no further questions, offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
This could also be answered by the land witness. 13 and 24 are currently a 1280 acre spacing unit with no wells on it. It doesn't look like you're proposing any 2-mile development on that 1280, so would it be appropriate to terminate that?
Do you have plans on drilling a well on that 1280? Probably not, right?
We do not.
Yeah, then you can terminate it. Actually.
Thank you.
So,
when is the planned development date for this unit?
Late July and early August. A little bit of that is BLM dependent.
This year? This 2026?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
That concludes our hearing for case number 32703. Case number 32332, application of SOGC LLC. This case has been continued to our April hearings. That concludes our case number 32332. Case number 32704, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Strandall Bull Butte Bakken pools to establish an overlapping stand of 5760 acre spacing unit comprising sections 28, 29, 32, and 33, Township 157 North, Range 103 West, and sections 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, and 12, Township 156 North, Range 104 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit, and or grant such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating LLC. We respectively request that this matter be continued to the April docket.
Request is granted. This case has been continued to our April hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32704. Case number 32705, application of Phoenix Operating LLC. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 32705. Case number 32706, application of Phoenix Operating LLC. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 32706. Moving to the first supplement, case number 32728, on a motion of the Commission to review the pilot injection project for enhanced oil recovery authorized under order number 33571. I note there has been a publication issue in this case, and therefore it has been continued to our April hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32728. Moving now to the second supplement. Case number 32602, on a motion of the Commission to review the pilot injection project for enhanced oil recovery authorized under order number 33571. This case has been dismissed. Concludes our hearing for case number 32602. Case number 32335, application of Continental Resources, Inc. This case has been continued to our April hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32335. Case number 32337, application of Continental Resources, Inc. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 32337. Case number 32053, application of Continental Resources, Inc. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 32053. Case number 32170, application of Continental Resources, Inc. This case has been continued to our April hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 32170. Case number 32611, application of Devon Energy Williston LLC. This case has been continued to our April hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32611. Case number 32612, application of Devon Energy Williston LLC. This case has been continued to our April hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32612. Case number 32517, application of Fomentera Operations LLC. This case has been dismissed. That concludes the hearing for case number 32517. Case number 32518, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Larson Fortune Bakken pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 6 and 7, Township 162 North, Range 94 West, and sections 30 and 31, Township 163 North, Range 94 West, Burke County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or grant such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Aaron Bieber, P.O. Box 1017, Saratoga, Wyoming, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating LLC. And in the interest of just time and efficiency, at the request of the Commission, I would ask that we consolidate cases 32518, 32519, 32520, and 32521 as the engineering and geology exhibits are virtually identical in each case.
Any objection? Okay, for the purposes of hearing, I will consolidate all 4 of those cases and I'll call them now. Case number 32519, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Larson Fortune Bakken pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 5 and 8, Township 162 North, Range 94 West, and sections 29 and 32, Township 163 North, Range 94 West, Burke County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Case number 32520, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Larson Fortune Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described in sections 4 and 9, Township 162 North, Range 94 West, and sections 28 and 33, Township 163 North, Range 94 West, Burke County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit, agreeing to such other relief as may be appropriate. Case number 32521, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Larson Fortune Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre space unit described in sections 3 and 10, Township 162 North, Range 94 West, and sections 27 and 34, Township 163 North, Range 94 West, Burke County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit, agreeing to such other relief as may be appropriate.
And Mr. Examiner, we have Mr. Tom Crook for our land witness, Mr. Topher Lewis for geology, and Mr. Eric Shibby for engineering.
Mr. Crook, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter, or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
I do. Tom, can you please state your name for the record, by whom you're employed in your position?
Tom Crook, employed by Phoenix Energy, Senior Landman.
And you're personally familiar with all of the land exhibits and the land matters in dockets 32518, 19, 20, and 21?
Yes.
And have you had your qualifications been received as that of an expert by the commission?
Yes.
I move that Mr. Crook's testimony be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Tom, so in the interest of time here, let's look at Exhibit L1 in all 4 matters this afternoon. Can you please just briefly describe the spacing unit?
Sure. Exhibit L1 is a regional map of each one. All 4 of these units are in range 94 West in Burke County. They are all stand-up 2560s, beginning with 32518 in sections 30 and 31 of 163 North, and sections 6 and 7 of 162 North, and then 32519 directly east of that, 32520 directly east of that, and 32521 directly east of that. We call these units Pronghorn, Puma, Cougar, and Sigmund in that order.
Okay, and can you just briefly describe L2, and is that the same L2 except for the geographic differences on each application?
Yes, in L2, it's a unit plan map showing the relationship between these 4 units. That's basically it.
And L3?
Sure. L3 shows the composition of all 4 of these units. All of them are 100% fee except for 32519, our Puma unit. There is a Fed track in section 32 there, but I'll have the board note this Fed tract is a co-tenancy where the Fed only owns 50% of the mineral interest there. So we actually are able to drill with that co-tenancy.
And has that federal acreage been nominated for lease?
Yes, the unleased has been nominated by Phoenix.
Okay, moving on to L4. Can you briefly describe L4 in each one of the applications?
Sure.
And just point out anything noteworthy in the interest of time.
Sure. L4 will show that in each of these units, except for one, Phoenix has the majority of working interest, except for 32518, our Pronghorn unit. There is still almost 24% unleased acreage in this unit, and we're actually pursuing the unleased acreage in this unit to reach a majority there.
Okay, and turning to Exhibit E4 on each one of these applications, is that the gas capture affidavit?
It is.
Did you execute the gas capture affidavit?
I did, and for sake of time, I know the question will come. We're working with 2 other companies in this area who are active in this area to do a joint takeaway plan with them with AMS.
Okay, No further questions for Mr. Crook, and move to admit the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
If we open and look at maybe Exhibit 1 in any of the applications, so 6, 7, 18, 5, 8, 17, 4, 9, 16 are all existing 1920s that were established by Formentera. Has Phoenix been working with Formentera in this area, and do you have in writing that Formentera is okay with terminating those 1920s?
We've been working with Formentera in this area. I don't have the writing for you in these exhibits, but I will get that to you.
Okay, I'd like the record supplemented with a written document saying that Formentera is okay with terminating those 3 1920s. Follow-up question to that, these spacing units will then leave 18, 17, and 16 as unspaced or potential development as 640s. Do you know, is Formentera looking at developing those maybe in a laydown, or is Phoenix?
I'm personally not familiar with the different plans that are being discussed in that, but again, we're working very closely with them.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Lewis, please raise your right hand. Solemnly swear affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
Yes, I do.
Topher, can you please state your name, by whom you're employed, and what's your position?
Topher Lewis, employed by Phoenix Energy as a geologist.
Are you personally familiar with the geology matters in these 4 dockets?
Yes, I am.
And have you previously had your qualifications been received as that of an expert by the commission?
Yes, they were.
I move that Mr. Lewis's testimony be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
All right, Topher, did you prepare, cause to be prepared, all the geology exhibits for these 4 applications?
Yes, I did.
Okay, using G1 on 32518, can you please describe the geologic structure of the Bakken Formation?
Yeah, G1 is a structure map on the Upper Bakken Shale, subsurface TVD at a contour interval of 20 feet. In this area up to the north here, the structure is plunging to the south. The red outline is the first of the 4 proposed 2560s. In this case, it pertains to 32518, but as Tom explained earlier, all 4 of these are in a row going to the east. In addition to the outline, the spacing unit, there's a gold 2-well cross-section, and the type log for the area is the well in the south next to A prime, and we'll use that for the next exhibit.
And is the Bakken Formation present and continuous in the subsurface in all these spacing units?
Yes, it is.
And is your exhibit G1 for 32518 the same for 32519, 20, and 21?
Yes, it is.
Okay, moving on to G2. Can you please describe the type log and the geologic cross-section?
Yeah, G2, the upper portion is a 2-well cross-section, plotting curves from the common and triple combo log suite, gamma ray resistivity, porosity. The black lines represent our generalized stratigraphy in the area, illustrating that the Bakken is present in the subsurface. And the targets for these wells will be the Middle Bakken, and I've highlighted kind of the lower target where we target the wells in the Middle Bakken. The type well that we're using for all 4 of these cases is the Holt 6-21. That's the type log on the right. And the summary of the petrophysical data for the economics is in the table at the bottom.
And Topher, is your exhibit G2 in 32518 the same in 32519, 32520, and 32521?
Yes.
No further questions for Mr. Lewis, and move for admission of the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Shivy, please raise your right hand. Solemnly swear affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
I do.
Eric, can you please state your full name, by whom you're employed, and what's your position?
Yes, my name is Eric Shivy, S-H-I-V-E-Y. I'm employed by Phoenix Energy, and my role there is Vice President of Reservoir Engineering and Corporate Reserves.
And are you personally familiar with the engineering matters in these dockets?
Yes, I am.
Have you previously had your qualifications been received as that of an expert by the commission?
Yes, they have.
I move that Mr. Shivvy's testimony be received as that of an expert for these matters.
Motion granted.
All right, Eric. You're using your exhibit in 32581, your E1. Can you just generally describe what that is?
Sure, this is our standard 3-string casing design we use in the Williston Basin. 4.5-inch liners cemented in place. As these are 4-mile laterals, we anticipate 105 frac stages via plug and perf.
And turning to E2?
E2 is a development plan we're planning on 5 wells in each of these DSU cases. They'd be spaced evenly, approximately 1,050 feet apart, be batch drilled and completed.
Okay, turning to E3.
E3 is our economic assumptions. First table is just kind of our ARPS equations parameters. IP is about 28,500 barrels of oil per month. That yields an EUR of 650 MBO and 650 MMCF of gas. The DSU recovery factor with the 5 wells is approximately 10.6%. Economics are listed below. Again, I've assumed a $70 WTI price. That's about the average of the 5-year strip. $3.50 gas. With the deduct supplied, you can see the realized oil and gas price. This is in the table. D&C cost for each well is approximately $11.6 million. Assuming gross economics with 100% working interest, 80% NRI, yields a PV10 of $7.4 million per well, internal rate of return of approximately 45%.
And other than the geographic differences between the applications, are your exhibits E1, E2, and E3 the same in dockets number 32518, 32519, 32520, and 32521?
Yes, correct. They are.
And Eric, in your opinion, if Phoenix's proposed operations and spacing is approved, will that protect correlative rights, prevent waste, and avoid the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, I do. I also meant to mention all 16 sections that are covered in these 4 cases. None of them have any Bakken or Three Forks wells in them.
Great. And on E4 to each one of the applications, is that the gas capture affidavit that Tom testified to earlier?
Yes, that's correct.
No further questions for Mr. Shivy. Move to admit the engineering exhibits in all applications.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Do you know, do you plan to drill these units from the north to the south?
That's a good question. At this time, we don't. We're looking at both options, either north or south line of pads.
Thank you.
Eric, did you say when you plan to develop these?
No, I didn't, Nathan. I would think the earliest would be Q4 of 2027, but honestly, this is kind of filling out our 2028 drill plan as I anticipate right now.
And Tom, I share the same concern as Ashley about not stranding those other sections down there. So I guess in your letter that you're going to submit as a supplement, can you be pretty specific about conversations that you guys have had around those particular sections as well?
Sure.
Thank you.
Aaron, is April 2nd long enough to supplement the record?
Yes, I think that's adequate.
The record will remain open in these cases until April 2nd. That concludes our hearings for case numbers 32518, 32519, 32520, and 32521. Aaron, you have one more Phoenix case. Are you going to continue that one?
No. Actually, can we deal with that right now?
Well, what's going on?
In all of those permits, we are of the understanding have been withdrawn. So there really should not need to be a hearing on the one just before the administrative docket, which is 32384. Do you have any record that we're prepared to give the case, but we are of the understanding that Portland withdrew those permits, so there's no need for hearing to revoke the cases.
As if it's one of the
Okay, we don't have evidence of that.
Okay.
Hold on, let's take a break. Let's take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll still hear it.
So, I would recommend that you guys go on the record see if the
We're back on the record. We'll resume with case number 32384, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order to suspend and revoke the Bach 1931-1BHN well, Bach 1931-2BHN well, Bach 1931-3BHN well, and Bach 1931-4BHN well, with surface locations in the northwest-northeast quarter of Section 19, Township 161 North, Range 102 West, for the spacing unit comprising Section 31, Township 162 North, Range 102 West, and Section 6, 7, and 18, Township 161 North, Range 102 West, to the Daneville, Bakken Pool Divide Town, North Dakota, and or such further relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Tom Throne, P.O. Box 1056, Sheridan, Wyoming. Appearing on behalf of the applicant, Phoenix Operating LLC. At this time, we would like to dismiss this application. All of the underlying APDs we were asking to be revoked have been withdrawn, and therefore there is no need to have a hearing to revoke the permits. So we dismiss the application.
Your request is granted. The case has been dismissed. That concludes the hearing for case number 32384. Case number 32404, application of Phoenix Operating LLC. This case has been continued to our April hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32404. Case number 32403, application of Phoenix Operating LLC. This case has been continued to our April hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 32403. Case number 32613, application of Prima Exploration, Inc. This case has been continued to our May hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 32613. Case number 32614, application of Prima Exploration, Inc. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 32614. Case number 32375, application of White Rock Oil and Gas LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ranch Creek Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping stand-up 2560-acre spacing unit described as sections 15, 22, 27, and 34, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or grant such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of White Rock Oil and Gas LLC. And Mr. Examiner, we have Chad Santorbi, Zach Swaney, Jacob Hartgroves testifying in this case. They'll also testify in the next White Rock case 32616. And those two spacing units for those two cases are side by side, so you'll hear a lot of overlap there.
Mr. Santorbi.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm on the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Chad, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Chad Santorbi. I'm the land manager for White Rock Oil and Gas at 5810 Tennyson Parkway, Suite 500, Plano, Texas 75024.
And Chad, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with the proposed spacing units?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Santorbi be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Chad, let's look at L1 for this case. Can you identify the spacing unit you're asking for?
Yes, sir. Looking at Exhibit L1's regional locator map at the top, showing where Township 146-99 sits in McKenzie County. Then below that, zoomed in, showing the 4-section stand-up spacing unit being sections 16, 21, 28, and 33.
Okay. And then let's move to L2. What's the working interest in that proposed spacing unit?
Yeah, L2 ownership schedule. White Rock currently owns a little over 1,000 net leasehold acres within the proposed spacing unit, coming out to a little under 40% working interest. Plurality there. Burlington Resources has 800 net acres at 31.25% working interest. And a handful of others control the remaining close to 29% working interest in the spacing unit.
Okay. And Chad, with White Rock having less than a majority and kind of that mix in there, have you or will you communicate with those other working interest owners with respect to the spacing and operatorship?
Yes, we have been in talks with Burlington and a handful of others that would be involved in this development.
Okay. Yeah.
I believe he's describing the exhibits on 32616 right now.
Oh, I'm sorry, we're on 32375.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, we're right next door. The first case, 32375 was ahead of it. Sorry, Chad. I didn't catch that. Yeah. So,
I can switch over to it.
yeah, let's go to that one now. That's what case has been running the docket. So let's if you can look at the L1 in that case and identify that spacing unit that's 32375.
Yes, Exhibit L1 of 32375, essentially the same township in southeastern McKenzie County, and then it's instead of 16 through 33, sections 15, 22, 27, 34 stand up for section 2560 acre spacing unit.
Yeah, and I apologize for the confusion there. So the working interest in that, just kind of clarify what that would be in that spacing unit.
Right. Pretty similar. White Rock owns a little over 1,028 net acres. Currently comes out to just under 40% working interest. Burlington has 320 net acres, 12.5% working interest. Prima controls a little under 21%, and then a handful of others at 26.67%.
Okay. So, but again, though, Chad, with respect to this spacing unit, you know, you got about 40, but have you or will you, work with those other working interest owners with respect to the spacing and the operatorship?
Correct. Yeah, same response. We've been in talks with Burlington, Prima, and a handful of others.
Okay. I have no further questions on for the land exhibits in 32375.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Just kind of looking at the overall spacing in the area. Sections 3 and 10 to the north are at 1280 currently, and 3 and 10 to the south are at 1280. Does White Rock have any knowledge of the development plan for those units?
We've discussed with those operators plans. We don't know if they have any immediate development plans, but we've also kind of mentioned the recent switchback U-shaped wells that have been developed recently, and we feel like that would be an option to either operator.
Thank you.
Mr. Swaney.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
All right, Zach, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed and what capacity, and give us your business address?
My name is Zach Swaney. I am the geologist for White Rock Oil and Gas. Our address is 5810 Tennyson Parkway, Suite 500, Plano, Texas, 75024.
And Zach, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
They were.
And are you familiar with the geology underlying the proposed spacing units?
Yes.
I'd move the testimony of Mr. Swaney be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Zach, starting with G1, can you describe the structure underlying the spacing unit?
Yes. This is a structure map drawn on the Upper Bakken Shale, showing regional dip of about 25 feet per mile to the northeast.
Okay. And then moving on to G2, can you take us through the ISOPAC map?
G2 is an ISOPAC map of the Middle Bakken member, the target for these wells, showing a really very consistent 26 to 27 feet of Middle Bakken.
And finally on G3, just highlight what you're depicting on that type log.
Yeah, so the first two maps here don't call out, normally I do, but in this case we didn't call out where the type log is. It's actually in the northeast quarter of section 20 there. It is the Mead number 120. Just showing the petrophysical character of the target interval.
Okay. And I have no further questions for Mr. Swaney at offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Hartgroves,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that testimony you're about to give in this matter or any subsequent matter today will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Jacob, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed and what capacity, and give us your business address?
Sure. My name's Jacob Hartgroves. I'm employed by White Rock Oil and Gas. I'm the Vice President of Corporate Development. And our address is 5810 Tennyson Parkway, Suite 500. It's in Plano, Texas, 75024.
And Jacob, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with these spacing units?
I am.
Okay. I'd move the testimony of Mr. Hartgroves be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Jacob, let's look at E1. Tell us how you developed this spacing unit.
Yeah, so we've got a 4 mile Middle Bakken DSU north-south with 4 infill wells.
Okay. And then on E2, how would you propose to drill and complete those wells?
Sure. So we're going to drill surface casing to protect the fresh water, and then it's going to be a 3-string design. Drill a 7-inch casing down into the Middle Bakken, and drill a 4 mile Middle Bakken horizontal, and run a liner to TD. We plan on fracking the wells with approximately 100 stages.
All right. And then on E3, can you take us through the reservoir data?
Sure. Got about 26-foot thick Middle Bakken. We're fracking it, as I said, with a traditional Bakken frac. Good recovery. The DSU has about 24 million barrels of oil in place, and each well we anticipate recovering approximately 864,000 barrels of oil.
Okay. And then on E4, what do you anticipate for the economics?
Yeah, across the 4 wells, we anticipate to spend $11.5 million per well. And even at a $60 price deck, we expect them to be economic to drill.
Okay. And Jacob, in your opinion, if the commission approves the spacing unit to allow this development, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
When's these units planned for development?
Yeah, so we plan to drill the DSU that we applied for last month this year, evaluate the economics of that well, those wells, and get to drilling these the year after.
So is that 2027?
Correct.
So does White Rock have a plan to bring a rig in this year for that other unit? Is that right?
We did. Chad, I don't know if what was that?
Yeah, APD has been filed with BLM and DSC, and I think it's on the rig schedule for September.
Okay. Are the pads or new build pads that you plan to build on these?
Correct. We've got existing infrastructure, Madison production, sections 20 and 17. Already have a surface agreement in place and expected to construct the pad here in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, good, thanks.
That concludes our hearing for case number 32375. Case number 32615, application of Prima Exploration, Inc. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 32615. Case number 32616, application of White Rock Oil and Gas LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Grassy Butte Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 16, 21, 28, and 33, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to drill in such unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Waitman, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of White Rock Oil and Gas LLC and same three witnesses.
Yep, they're all under oath.
And Chad, Exhibit L1, we kind of went through this already, but just identify it for this case, the spacing unit.
Sure. Same township, 146 North 99 West, McKenzie County. This 4-section stand-up DSU comprises of sections 16, 21, 28, and 33.
And then on L2, your working interest here?
White Rock Oil and Gas currently owns a little over 1,000 net acres, coming out to just under 40% working interest. Burlington Resources has 800 net acres at 31.25%, and a handful of various others making up the rest of about 28.9%.
And I think you testified that you've communicated with Burlington Resources with respect to this development. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I have no further questions on offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right, Zach. And this is just directly one section over this 2560. Anything different with structure here?
Not significantly. There's a slight north trending incline that interrupts that regional, roughly 25 foot per mile northeasterly dip. Otherwise, the same.
Okay. And then on G2, how about the ice pack? Any distinction?
Same consistent 26 foot thickness.
Okay. And then G3 is this type log that you previously discussed?
Yep, same type log.
I have no further questions on offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
All right, Jacob, let's look at E1. How would you develop this one?
We're going to develop it with 4 4-mile laterals going north-south through section 16, 21, 28, and 33. This DSU is right in line with the one we applied for last month, 17, 20, 29, 32, and then the previous case, 15, 22, 27, 34. They all line up, and we have a fair amount of infrastructure and lease roads and whatnot, and service locations identified along these DSUs.
You have an idea on timing on this one?
It's going to be along the same 27, 28 timeline to get to it.
Sure. And then on E2, is that essentially going to be the same drilling and completion for these wells?
Correct. We don't plan on making any material changes in what we proposed in the previous one.
Okay. And then on E3, any difference with respect to reservoir on this 2560?
No difference, as Zach mentioned, just dipping, slightly down basinward, but we anticipate reservoir characteristics to be the same in both DSUs.
Sure. And then how about E4? Any differences with respect to the economics for these wells?
Yeah, we anticipate these wells to be economic, and again, we plan on drilling 4 wells.
Yep. So then again, with respect to this proposed 2560, if it were granted to allow for that development, in your opinion, is that going to prevent waste, protect wildlife rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Concludes our hearing for case number 32616. Case number 32618, application of Prima Exploration, Inc. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 32618. That concludes our hearings for the day.